and the international levels. For example, with Malam Diwa electric car, Universitas Syekh Kuala recently won as the second fastest team to compete technical inspection in the electric class at a prestigious competition in Asia, the Shell Eco Marathon Asia competition. In the research area, the university has also developed a good reputation at the national and international levels through its excellent research and research centers, such as the Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center and the Atsiri Research Center. Universitas Syekh Kuala also publishes numerous scientific journals. Some of them have been indexed by CINTA, the Indonesian Citation Index, as Quartile 1 and 2 journals. One of the university's journals, Studies in English Language and Education Journal, has recently been indexed by Scopus, one of the most reputable journal indexing and citation databases in the scientific world. Universitas Syekh Kuala has actively participated in several collaborative programs with several countries in Asia and Europe. These include Erasmus Mobility and Capacity Building Program, IMT-GT University Network Program, and the Erasmus Plus Program. Universitas Syekh Kuala has numerous national and international collaborations with universities and companies across the globe. Through this collaboration, the university has successfully organized various academic and non-academic events which have improved the university's national and international reputations. The Joint Research and Publication Program, the Exchange Program, the Internship Program, the Disaster and Cultural Summer Camp, and the Humanitarian Program are among many others. Universitas Syekh Kuala does not only focus on improving the quality of academic activities within the campus, but also proudly offers services to the communities. These tasks are assigned to 3 units at the university: the Office of International Affairs, Career Development Center, and Entrepreneurship Center. These units help students, staff, and alumni expand their experiences in academics, business, and beyond. Therefore, Universitas Syekh Kuala has always appreciated and placed at top priorities all partnerships and collaborations, and has managed to make the university what it is today, the heart of the Acehnese, Jantung Hati Rakyat Aceh. The university continuously strives to improve the quality of its academic activities, research development, humanitarian works, and the quality and quantity of scientific publications to achieve its vision to become the leading university in Asia and to become the world-class institution.
Universitas yang inovatif, mandiri dan terkemuka, menuju Innovation Socio-Technopreneur University.
place that makes you feel home, that makes you feel welcome. A place where natural beauty and cultural diversity combine beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who are curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release. Or you can escape from the mainland and take a short trip to the beauty of its islands. It's not just about the nature, but also the diversity of its culture. Feel the energy from the beat of rapai and through traditional dance, play in harmony. The people are friendly, so you can always find their hospitality. And don't worry about your journey, because its tourism industry is ready. The uniqueness of its culinary comes from a centuries-old recipe, and its coffee is something extraordinary. If you've never heard it before, you may want to know more. Every square inch of this place, from the beauty of its land to the depth of its seas, what an amazing biodiversity. You've heard the story. Let your dreams become a reality, and that reality becomes part of your story. The Life of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia. You've heard this story. About a place that makes you feel home, that makes you feel welcome. A place where natural beauty and cultural diversity combine beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who are curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release. Or you can escape from the mainland and take a short trip to the beauty of its islands. It's not just about the nature, but also the diversity of its culture. Feel the energy from the beat of rapai and through traditional dance, play in harmony. The people are friendly, so you can always find their hospitality. And don't worry about your journey, because its tourism industry is ready. The uniqueness of its culinary comes from a centuries-old recipe, and its coffee is something extraordinary.
Di room coba lihat.
Tes 1 2, tes 1 2.
To know every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depth of its seas. What an amazing biodiversity. You've heard the story. Let your dreams become a reality, and that reality becomes part of your story. The Light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia. You've heard this story. Dengan secangkir kopi Arabica, dengarkanlah sebuah cerita tentang suku yang tinggal di pegunungan dan dibesarkan oleh air danau yang berkilauan. Hidup rukun bersama alam dan melahirkan budaya yang beraneka ragam. Dari Curug Mendali semuanya bermula, sebagai bukti bahwa sejarah tempat ini telah begitu tua. Danau Tawar yang kaya menjadi salah satu tumpuan hidup penduduknya. Dan keindahan motif kerawang yang penuh warna merupakan sebuah warisan yang terus dipelihara. Ekspresi seni yang lahir dari tradisi juga tampak dalam keindahan musik dan tari.
Sering kepayong, maaf pulau bumi, siku jejak seluas tapak.
Mulai dari gerakan dan kisah guel yang penuh misteri, Hanya tepukan tangan pemain didong yang penuh energi.
Taring, taring, woi taring mi, ihi ko takingan taring. Taring, taring, woi taring mi, ihi ko takingan taring. Taring, taring, woi taring mi, ihi ko takingan taring.
Kekebaran adalah cara orang tua untuk mengenalkan norma dan budaya pada generasi muda. Dari lomba pacuan kuda yang terus dinanti, kaum lelaki dididik agar menjadi kuat dan pemberani. Datanglah kemari dan kenali budaya yang hidup di tengah masyarakat kami.
Ini budaya gayo singharai kita, tenaring di buyang datu. Oh, bayaku henti kasih pankin ada siara. Oh ya pusaka si turah kita jaga. Waina
You've heard this story. About a place that makes you feel home, that makes you feel welcome. A place where natural beauty and cultural diversity combine beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who are curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release. Or you can escape from the mainland and take a short trip to the beauty of its islands. It's not just about the nature, but also the diversity of its culture. Feel the energy from the beat of rapai and through traditional dance, play in harmony. The people are friendly, so you can always find their hospitality. And don't worry about your journey, because its tourism industry is ready. The uniqueness of its culinary comes from a centuries-old recipe, and its coffee is something extraordinary. If you've never heard it before, you may want to know more. Every square inch of this place, from the beauty of its land to the depth of its seas. What an amazing biodiversity. You've heard this story. Let your dreams become a reality, and that reality becomes part of your story. The Lie of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia. You've heard this story. About a place that makes you feel home, that makes you feel welcome. A place where natural beauty and cultural diversity combined beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who are curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release. Or you can escape from the mainland and take a short trip to the beauty of its islands. It's not just about the nature, but also the diversity of its culture. Feel the energy from the beat of Rapai and through traditional dance, play in harmony. The people are friendly, so you can always find their hospitality. And don't worry about your journey, because its tourism industry is ready. The uniqueness of its culinary comes from a centuries-old recipe, and its coffee is something extraordinary. If you've never heard it before, you may want to know more. Every square inch of this place, from the beauty of its land to the depth of its seas. What an amazing biodiversity. You've heard this story. Let your dreams become a reality, and that reality becomes part of your story. The Lie of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia. You've heard this story. place that makes you feel home, that makes you feel welcome. A place where natural beauty and cultural diversity combined beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release. Or you can escape from the mainland and take a short trip to the beauty of its islands. It's not just about the nature, but also the diversity of its culture. Feel the energy from the beat of rapai and through traditional dance, play in harmony. The people are friendly, so you can always find their hospitality. And don't worry about your journey, because its tourism industry is ready. The uniqueness of its culinary comes from a centuries-old recipe, and its coffee is something extraordinary. If you've never heard it before, you may want to know more. Every square inch of this place, from the beauty of its land to the depth of its seas, what an amazing biodiversity. You've heard this story. Let your dreams become a reality, and that reality becomes part of your story. The Light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia. You've heard this story. About a place that makes you feel home, that makes you feel welcome. A place where natural beauty and cultural diversity combined beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release. Or you can escape from the mainland and take a short trip to the beauty of its islands. It's not just about the nature, but also the diversity of its culture. Feel the energy from the beat of rapai and through traditional dance, play in harmony. The people are friendly, so you can always find their hospitality. And don't worry about your journey, because its tourism industry is ready. The uniqueness of its culinary comes from a centuries-old recipe, and its coffee is something extraordinary. If you've never heard it before, you may want to know more. Every square inch of this place, from the beauty of its land to the depth of its seas, what an amazing biodiversity. You've heard this story. Let your dreams become a reality, and that reality becomes part of your story. The Light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia. You've heard this story. About a place that makes you feel home, that makes you feel welcome. A place where natural beauty and cultural diversity combined beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who are curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release. Or you can escape from the mainland and take a short trip to the beauty of its islands. It's not just about the nature, but also the diversity of its culture. Feel the energy from the beat of rapai and through traditional dance, play in harmony. The people are friendly, so you can always find their hospitality. And don't worry about your journey, because its tourism industry is ready. The uniqueness of its culinary comes from a centuries-old recipe, and its coffee is something extraordinary. never heard it before, you may want to know more. Every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depth of its seas. What an amazing biodiversity. You've heard this story. Let your dreams become a reality, and that reality becomes part of your story. The Life of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia. You've heard this story. About a place that makes you feel home, that makes you feel welcome. A place where natural beauty and cultural diversity combine beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who are curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release. Or you can escape from the mainland and take a short trip to the beauty of its islands. It's not just about the nature, but also the diversity of its culture. Feel the energy from the beat of Rapai and through traditional dance, play in harmony. The people are friendly, so you can always find their hospitality. And don't worry about your journey, because its tourism industry is ready. The uniqueness of its culinary comes from a centuries-old recipe, and its coffee is something extraordinary. If you've never heard it before, you may want to know more. Every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depth of its seas. What an amazing biodiversity. You've heard this story. Let your dreams become a reality, and that reality becomes part of your story. The Life of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia. You've heard this story. About a place that makes you feel home, that makes you feel welcome. natural beauty and cultural diversity combined beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release. Or you can escape from the mainland and take a short trip to the beauty of its islands. It's not just about the nature, but also the diversity of its culture. Feel the energy from the beat of Rabai and through traditional dance, play in harmony. The people are friendly, so you can always find their hospitality. And don't worry about your journey, because its tourism industry is ready. The uniqueness of its culinary comes from a centuries-old recipe, and its coffee is something extraordinary. If you've never heard it before, you may want to know more. Every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depth of its seas. What an amazing biodiversity. You've heard this story. Let your dreams become a reality, and that reality becomes part of your story. The Light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia. You've heard this story. About a place that makes you feel home, that makes you feel welcome. A place where natural beauty and cultural diversity combined beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release. Or you can escape from the mainland and take a short trip to the beauty of its islands. It's not just about the nature, but also the diversity of its culture. Feel the energy from the beat of rapai and through traditional dance, played in harmony. The people are friendly, so you can always find their hospitality. And don't worry about your journey, because its tourism industry is ready. The uniqueness of its culinary comes from a centuries-old recipe, and its coffee is something extraordinary. If you've never heard it before, you may want to know more. Every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depth of its seas. What an amazing biodiversity. You've heard the story. Let your dreams become a reality, and that reality becomes part of your story. The Light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia.
Ininya udah datang, jadi penyerahan plakatnya kan sebelumnya nggak ada, jadi ada. Ya, waktunya kapan kemarin tuh?
Sesudah cafe break ya?
Sebelum.
Sebelum cafe break berarti Pak. Sesudah pembacaan doa Pak ya?
Sebelum apa? Kalau di sini masih plakat udah pembacaan.
Siap jadi. Lama sudah ada bawa visiting atau sekarang juga? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? The second International Conference on Computer System, Information Technology and Electrical Engineering, Cosite 2023 is about to begin. Please find your seat and make yourself comfortable. We would appreciate it if you could kindly switch your mobile phone to silent mode. Thank you. Your Excellency, General Chair of Cosite 2023, Dr. Khairun Saddami, IEEE SMC Society Indonesia Chapter Chair, Dr. Angie Sunu Wibirama, IEEE Indonesia Section Chair, Profesor Gamantio Hendrantoro, Rector of Universitas Syah Kuala, Profesor Dr. Marwan, Head of Institute for Research and Community Services, Universitas Syah Kuala, Profesor Taufik Fuadi Abidin, Directorate of Education and Learning Center of Universitas Syah Kuala, Profesor Dr. Nasaruddin, Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Profesor Dr. Alfian Shah Nurbisi, Head of Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, Dr. Tarmizi, Head of Telematic Research Center, Mr. Afdal, Honorable our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Chia Wenlin, Dr. Risman Adnan, and also Professor Dr. Angie Eko Suprianto. Dear all Vice Dean of Faculty of Engineering, all Head of Department and Study Program in Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Syah Kuala, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Praise be to Allah. May the peace and blessing of Allah be on the last prophet and messenger, our Master Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family and companion. On behalf of the committee, may I extend a warm welcome to all and everyone to the second International Conference on Computer System, Information Technology and Electrical Engineering IC Cosite 2023. This year, IC Cosite is hosted and organized in hybrid mode by Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, Telematic Research Center, Universitas Syah Kuala, and in collaboration with Indonesian Association for Pattern Recognition and IEEE under the theme Sustainable Development for Smart Innovation System, with the primary goal is to promote multidisciplinary understanding of the latest research and innovation through the conference. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to begin the conference, please welcome Brother Saifullah for Quran recitation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalis إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم يرفع الله الذين والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير والله بما تعملون خبير صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Singing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, everyone is invited to rise.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greeting to all participants attending hybrid conference, the second international conference on computer system, information technology, and electrical engineering, Cosite 2023. As a representative of the organizing committees, we extend a warm welcome to all of you. This year's Cosite 2023 is hosted and organized by Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering and Telematic Research Center, Universitas Syekh Kuala. We are delighted to announce that this year's Cosite 2023 has full support from IEEE SMC Indonesian chapter and IEEE Indonesian section. As financial co-sponsor and technical co-sponsor, we express our heartfelt gratitude to this organization for invaluable support. The overarching theme of this conference is Sustainable Development for Smart Innovation System. It aims to shed light on the current technological advancement and the result of ongoing research in field of computer system, information system, and electrical engineering. all in pursuit of creating a smarter innovation for sustainable of humankind. We encourage deeper contribution from both and scientific and engineering communities. This conference invited top keynote speakers to enrich valuable depth knowledge in the topic, including Professor Chia Wenlin, Director of the Multimedia Technology Research Center, National Tsinghua University, Taiwan, Dr. Risman Adnan, Chief Technology Officer from PT Kalbe Pharma, Indonesia, and Professor Dr. Ing Eko Supriyanto, Director of EGN UTM Cardiovascular Engineering Center, University Technology, Malaysia. The conference encompasses a wide range of fascinating topics, spanning both theoretical and practical aspects. These include computer and smart system topics, renewable energy and electrical engineering topics, pattern recognition topics, and interdisciplinary topics. We are delighted to inform that IC Cosite 2023 has been approved by IEEE, which confirmed record number 62033. All accepted and presented papers will be featured in the prestigious IEEE Explore Digital Library. The conference received a remarkable number of 141 submitted papers, and after rigorous review process, the esteemed committees have selected 47 exceptional papers for presentation and inclusion in the Cosite 2023 proceedings. To all members of organizing committees, technical program committee members, the reviewers, and the collaboration partners, we would like to thank all of them of tremendous effort to organize this conference successfully. We look forward to having a successful conference, and we hope that all the attendees will have the benefit and enjoy the conference. Best regards. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcoming remark by IEEE Indonesian Section Chair, Professor Gamantio Hendrantoro.
Dear distinguished guests, colleagues, researchers, professionals, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. A prosperous, warm and spirited greetings to all of you. First of all, please allow me to extend my warm greetings to the Honorable Rector of Universitas Syah Kuala, Professor Marwan, the Chair of the IEEE Indonesia Section Systems, Man and Cybernetics Society Chapter, Dr. Sunu Widirama, the General Chair of Cosite 2023, Dr. Khairun Sadami, as well as the distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Chia Wenlin from the National Tsinghua University, Taiwan, Dr. Risman Adnan from PT Kalbe Pharma, Indonesia, Professor Eko Supriyanto from University Technology, Malaysia, and last but not least, to the conference committee members and all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the IEEE Indonesia section, I would like to extend our warmest welcome to all keynote speakers, presenters, and participants of the IEEE International Conference on Computer System, Information Technology, and Electrical Engineering, or Cosite 2023. The conference is held in hybrid mode in Banda Aceh, Indonesia, on August 2 until 3, 2023, by the Universitas Syah Kuala, Indonesia, in collaboration with the Indonesian Association for Pattern Recognition, INAPR, and technically co-sponsored by the IEEE Indonesia section. Cosite 2023 is dedicated to dissemination and sharing of latest progresses in technology in the area of computer system, information technology, and electrical engineering towards smart and human-centric technology. Accordingly, the scientific scope is divided into 4 tracks, which include smart systems, renewable energy, pattern recognition, and interdisciplinary topic. These 4 tracks altogether reflect the theme of Cosite 2023, namely sustainable development for smart innovation system. and constitute some of the key factors of Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs. The theme and the tracks are also very much in agreement with the mission of IEEE in advancing technology for humanity, as well as with the IEEE global theme for 2023, namely mitigation of climate change impact. Strong, productive, and smart innovation systems are what is currently needed by Indonesia and other nations in the world. Goals such as affordable and clean energy, industry innovation, and infrastructure, as well as partnerships in reaching these goals are the key elements that we need in realizing smart innovation systems towards the welfare of mankind. I am glad that this conference raises the topic of sustainable development, especially when it is connected to the advancement of innovation systems. I hope that this conference can serve as a joint contribution from the Universitas Syah Kuala and IEEE Indonesia section in the field of global sustainable development. The IEEE Indonesia section have carried out a large variety of activities over the 35 years of its life in Indonesia. Our mission is in line with the global mission of IEEE, namely advancing technology for humanity, which in our case is adapted to the conditions and necessities of the people in Indonesia, while still contributing to the mission implementation internationally. We maintain good and mutual relationship and networking with the Indonesian government, industries, universities, professional and scientific organizations, and various communities in Indonesia. At the same time, we are also starting to work together with other IEEE sections in the Asia Pacific region, or what we call Region 10. We have had a cooperation agreement with the Director General of Higher Education, or Dirjen Dikti, since 2021, which allows us to directly participate in the development of engineering higher education in Indonesia. We currently have 21 technical society chapters and joint chapters covering the fields of interest of 27 IEEE societies, widely ranging from power and energy, to computer, to oceanic engineering, to education, and to social implications of technology. These chapters support various scientific and academic activities in Indonesia, including technical co-sponsorship of international conferences. As of now, we have student branches and student branch chapters in 36 universities in Indonesia, which support educational early career development and international networking for university students in Indonesia. We would like to invite other universities in Indonesia to establish IEEE student branch at their campus and maximize the potential benefits of talent and skills development for students through IEEE. Aside from that, we also hold workshops on STEM, which stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, for high school students in our attempt to attract the best talents to study in the fields of engineering. In terms of international publication, according to IEEE Explore, as of August 2023, there are almost 31,000 scientific papers in IEEE Explore, with at least one author coming from Indonesia, published in IEEE co-sponsored conferences and IEEE journals. However, out of those 31,000, there are still less than 1,000 papers with at least one Indonesian author published in high-impact IEEE journals. Accordingly, we encourage Indonesian researchers to publish their works in relevant IEEE journals. To conclude this remark, we highly appreciate the commitment shown by the organizer of this conference, Cosite 2023, to keep the quality of accepted papers at the highest level and focusing only on papers within the scientific scope of the IEEE and the conference itself. Finally, we wish you an enjoyable and valuable experience during this event by sharing your best knowledge in the research area of your interest. Please make Cosite 2023 a memorable event. Thank you and have a good day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcoming remark by IEEE Indonesian section. SMC Society Indonesian Chapter Chair, Dr. Enji Sunu Wibirama.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Dear distinguished authors, colleagues, delegates, guests, and researchers. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you to the second 2023 International Conference on Computer System, Information Technology, and Electrical Engineering, Cosite 2023. This year, the conference is hosted and organized by the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering of Universitas Syah Kuala, Indonesia, in collaboration with the Indonesian Association for Pattern Recognition under the theme Sustainable Development for Smart Innovation System. The System, Man, and Cybernetics SMC Society chapter of the IEEE Indonesia sections has been the financial co-sponsor for the conference. The conference objective is to serve as a global platform for academics and practitioners to present new advancement, breakthrough, and exchange ideas in the fields of computer systems, information technology, and electrical engineering, with a focus on smart and human-centric technology. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all keynote speakers, attendees, and authors of Cosite 2023 for their participation and contribution towards the theme by sharing their expertise and experiences. Furthermore, we wish to acknowledge the organizing committees, expressing our profound appreciation for their unwavering support and commendable efforts that have played a significant role in this event's success. Conversely, this SMC Society's objective is to cater to the needs of its members and the greater community by fostering the development and interdisciplinary application of system science and engineering, human-machine systems, and cybernetics. Alongside sponsoring technical conferences, the SMC Society chapter of the IEEE Indonesia section organizes a variety of workshops and events such as the Artificial Intelligence Camp, workshop on data analytics and visualization, as well as the workshop on scientific writing for publication in IEEE journals. These gatherings and educational opportunities not only expand our society's reach to wider audiences, but also fortify our membership and establish fresh connections between the SMC Society chapter and local organizations. Representing the SMC Society chapter of the IEEE Indonesia sections, I extend my warm wishes to all authors, keynote speakers, colleagues, delegates, guests, and researchers for engaging productive conversations and technical discussions. We anticipate that this conference will significantly influence science, technology, and human societies in the years to come. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcoming remark and opening of IC Cosite 2023 by Rector of Universitas Syah Kuala, Profesor Dr. Marwan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful, may the peace, the mercy, and the blessing of Allah be upon you. Distinguished colleagues, esteemed professor, honorable lecturers, esteemed researchers, esteemed professionals, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Universitas Syah Kuala, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to the international conference, the Cosite 2023. Universitas Syah Kuala being honored and would like to thank to the IEEE SMC Indonesia chapter and IEEE Indonesia section for the financial and technical sponsorship. This is a matter of pride of being actively involved in the advancing technology for humanity together with the IEEE. I would greatly appreciate to welcoming Professor Dr. Gamantio Hendratoro, IEEE Indonesia Section Chair, Dr. Sunu Wibirama, Chair of IEEE SMC Indonesia Chapter. I'm delighted to extend a warm welcome to our remarkable keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Chia Wen Lin, Director of the Multimedia Technology Research Center, National Tsinghua University, Taiwan. Dr. Risman Adnan, CTO of PT Kalbe Parma, and Professor Dr. Eko Suprijanto, Director of IGN UTM Cardiovascular Engineering Center, University Technology Malaysia. At the forefront of advancing technology for the greater good stand IEEE, the world's largest technical professional organization, universally recognized for its profound impact on global progress. IEEE Fast Network and Technology Expert is dedicated to elevating the condition of humanity. In parallel, Universitas Syah Kuala, with its rich reservoir of knowledge encompassing health and life sciences, science and engineering, and social studies, envision a future of sustainable development for smart innovation system. To bring this vision to life, the university aspires to foster transcendent collaboration among academic, researchers, and practitioners. A dynamic and diverse alliance should emerge, empowering individuals and nurturing seamless cooperation. In this spirit, Cosite 2023 shall serve as a vibrant forum, attracting scientists, engineers, and practitioners of exceptional vision. Together, we will delve into the arm of analysis, design, modeling, and implementation in computer science, information technology, and electrical engineering. This transformative gathering aims to transcend theoretical boundaries, encompass a broad spectrum of application, heralding of a promising future for all. In the Society 5.0 era, a human-centered society that seamlessly integrates cyberspace and physical space, striking a harmonious balance between economic progress and social solution. Leveraging the transformative potential of technology, this era enhances human productivity and prioritizes meaningful activities, ultimately uplifting well-being and life quality. We firmly advocate for knowledge, research, and technology to be accessible to all, transcending barriers for minorities and individuals with disabilities. Acknowledging boundless nature of knowledge, we embrace collaboration and the exchange of ideas. This conference serves as a vital platform for intellectual engagement, fostering the sharing of insight to empower all participants in their respective domain. Our heartfelt gratitude extends to the advisory board, organizing committee, technical program committee members, institutions, companies, and volunteers whose unwavering support to ensure the success of this seminar. Vibrant scientific program awaits, featuring esteemed international speakers to lead our discussion. Together, we embark on a journey of meaningful dialogues, fostering exciting, encouraging interaction. Let us anticipate a future shaped by groundbreaking knowledge, innovative research, and transformative technology, all driving sustainable development for betterment of our shared humanity. May God bless us all with good heart to make this event a successful and enjoyable one. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dua recitations by Brother Saifullah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا شاكرين حمدا ناعمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده يا ربنا لك الحمد ولك الشكر كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. اللهم إنا نسألك رضاك والجنة ونعوذ بك من سخطك والنار. اللهم إنك عفو كريم حليم تحب العفو فاعف عنا يا كريم. اللهم إنا نسألك سلامة في الدين وعافية في الجسد وزيادة في العلم وبركة في الرزق وتوبة قبل الموت ورحمة عند الموت ومغفرة بعد الموت. اللهم هون علينا في سكرات الموت والنجاة من النار والعفو عند الحساب. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. سبحان ربك رب عزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Moving right along, kindly be invited Dr. Iskandar, Vice Dean of Faculty of Engineering, to hand over placard or certificate of appreciations to our keynote speaker. And please join us on stage, our first keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Chia Wenlin, to receive the certificate or token of appreciation. Please remain in front of the stage as we will have a group of photo station. Dr. Iskandar, Professor Chia, could you back in front of the stage as we will have a group of photo station. For that, we would like to invite as well Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Professor Dr. Alfian Shah Nurbisi, Head of Department of Electrica and Computer Engineering, Dr. Tarmizi, Head of Telematic Research Center, Mr. Afdal, and also Directorate of Education and Learning, Professor Dr. Nasaruddin, to back to the stage for a group of photo session. And also Vice Dean of Engineering Faculty. And also Professor Yuwaldi Awai to join us in front of the stage for a group of photo session. and also all the head of department of engineering and also other major to join us in stage for a group of photo session. So there will be a long photo session as a picture will tell us memory in the future. And also the Secretary of Electrical Engineering to join us on stage, in front of the stage for a group of photo session, and all VIP members. And as well as Bu Nurshida, Prof. Nurshida, to join us in front of the stage. And all participants. Because one picture tells a lot of memory in the future. And kindly be invited also all participants of IC Cosite 2023. All participants at the corner of the room. And please give your best smiles. Thank you very much, and you may take your seat now. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the opening ceremony of the second International Conference on Cosite 2023. Before moving to the main agenda, we will have 10-minute coffee break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as information, we will have 10-minute coffee break, and then we will be moving back to the main agenda, of course, the keynote session with Professor Chia. Thank you very much.
About a place that makes you feel home, that makes you feel welcome. A place where natural beauty and cultural diversity combined beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who are curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release. Or you can escape from the mainland and take a short trip to the beauty of its islands. It's not just about the nature, but also the diversity of its culture. Feel the energy from the beat of rapai and through traditional dance, play in harmony. The people are friendly, so you can always find their hospitality. And don't worry about your journey, because its tourism industry is ready. The uniqueness of its culinary comes from a centuries-old recipe, and its coffee is something extraordinary. If you've never heard it before, you may want to know more. Every square inch of this place, from the beauty of its land to the depth of its seas, what an amazing biodiversity. You've heard this story. Let your dreams become a reality, and that reality becomes part of your story. The Light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia. You've heard this story. About a place that makes you feel home, that makes you feel welcome. A place where natural beauty and cultural diversity combine beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who are curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release. Or you can escape from the mainland and take a short trip to the beauty of its islands. It's not just about the nature, but also the diversity of its culture. Feel the energy from the beat of Rapai and through traditional dance played in harmony. The people are friendly, so you can always find their hospitality. And don't worry about your journey, because its tourism industry is ready. The uniqueness of its culinary comes from a centuries-old recipe, and its coffee is something extraordinary. If you've never heard it before, you may want to know more. Every square inch of this place, from the beauty of its land to the depth of its seas, what an amazing biodiversity. You've heard the story. Let your dreams become a reality, and that reality becomes part of your story. The Light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia. You've heard this story. About a place that makes you feel home, that makes you feel welcome. A place where natural beauty and cultural diversity combine beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who are curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release. Or you can escape from the mainland and take a short trip to the beauty of its islands. It's not just about the nature, but also the diversity of its culture. Feel the energy from the beat of Rapai and through traditional dance, play in harmony. The people are friendly, so you can always find their hospitality. And don't worry about your journey, because its tourism industry is ready. The uniqueness of its culinary comes from a centuries-old recipe, and its coffee is something extraordinary. If you've never heard it before, you may want to know more. Every square inch of this place, from the beauty of its land to the depth of its seas, what an amazing biodiversity. You've heard this story. Let your dreams become a reality.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention, please? As the next agenda will be starting soon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the series program of the second IC Cosite 2023. Moving right to the main agenda. Kindly be invited our first keynote speaker, Dr. Chia Wenlin, and this session will be moderated by Dr. Kahlil.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. How about the tea and coffee? Is it good? Okay. Thank you very much for all participants today. We are very happy to have Professor Lin Chaowen from National Tsinghua University, Taiwan. He just arrived this morning, and this is the second time visiting Indonesia after Jakarta, and hopefully we can take him to taste the Indonesian or Acehnese culinary during his stay in Banda Aceh. And today I would like to read his short biography before we start the session. Professor Lin Chaowen is currently a professor with the Department of Electrical Engineering, National Tsinghua University, Taiwan. He also serves as Deputy Directors of the AI Research Center and Directors of Multimedia Technology Research Center of NTHU. He was visiting professor with Nagoya University, Japan, and currently is the visiting professor in Kyoto University. Professor Lin is an IEEE Fellow and has been serving on IEEE Circuits and System Society Fellow Evaluating Committee since 2021. Today, he will deliver the speech entitled Making the Invisible Visible Towards High-Quality Physics-Guided Terahertz Computational Imaging. Without further ado, please welcome Professor Lin.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction. And it's my great honor and pleasure to give the first keynote talk here. And as just mentioned, this is my second time to visit Indonesia. My first time was around to visit Jakarta in year 2004. So I'm currently a professor with the Department of Electrical Engineering, National Tsinghua University, Taiwan. And my talk title today is Making the Invisible Visible. So in this keynote speech, I would like to introduce a new research topic about the terahertz computational imaging. Okay. So nowadays, there are a lot of sensors, including temperature sensor, infrared, ultrasonic, pressure, proximity, and so on. And also, there are many images that can measure the profile of an object, of a service, like a LiDAR, like a profilometer, scanning electronic microscope, and also sonar. So with this sensor and images, we are able to do physical mappings, like barometer and pressure, and also chemical mapping, like ozone and carbon dioxide. And so we can fuse these various sensors and images so that we can build a new system, like electronic scheme, which involve pressure sensors, accelerometer, so to localize an object and also to balance a robot. And also like a virtual reality system, involves like a gyro sensor, accelerometer, and infrared. So it can digitize the human's posture and so on. So I would like to introduce the so-called terahertz band. And terahertz band is in between the electronics band and photonics band. So the frequency of the terahertz band is from 300 gigahertz to 3 terahertz. So why we call it a terahertz gap? Because for the electronics band, we can see many products in daily life, like a mobile phone, microwave oven, and millimeter anti-collision radar. So in the frequencies of the electronic band. And for the photonics band, we have many daily life products like IR heater, like a DVD system, and X-ray machine. But in the terahertz band, we only can see like the measurement equipment, no commercial products in this band. So I will explain why we still cannot see any product here. And what's the importance of this terahertz band? Sorry. not. Sorry for the interrupt. Okay. Okay, so we just say that there is no commercial products in the terahertz. But if you Google the terahertz products, you can see a lot of like a health product like terahertz stone, terahertz water, terahertz necklace, or terahertz ring. And also, you can see that they will show you some. Sorry, it seems to stop here. Okay, so you see some is that shows you some result that with terahertz wave, the fruit will remain fresh, but without the terahertz wave, the fruit will become corrupted. Or without the terahertz wave, the plant will grow healthy. But actually, these are all fake. So don't trust this kind of products. Okay. Okay. So this is a little. So maybe they mean. Okay. So due to the characteristic of terahertz band, actually it's useful in many applications, especially if some very unique properties, which is very helpful for our daily life. So first, the terahertz wave, the terahertz light is it can see through materials. So many optically opaque materials are transparent in the terahertz region. So like X-ray, it can see through an object. And also, the terahertz radiation is non-ionizing and non-destructive. So terahertz light will not hurt that body. So it's biosafe. It can be used to like a long-term monitor of that body. And also, terahertz band is in the torsional and vibrational frequencies of most molecules lie in the terahertz region. So it can be used to identify the material. So the terahertz light can be used to inspect from the meter scale to the nanometer scale. So it can be used in like atomic scale exploration and defect inspection, electronics inspection, and so on. So compare with other imaging modalities like RGB camera, like X-ray, LiDAR, ultrasonic, and MRI, the terahertz imaging has many useful properties, very unique property, like it can see through opaque object, it's biosafe, it can be used for material identification, and also its size can be as small as a tabletop system. So the application of the terahertz light include like see-through applications, industrial inspections, material identification and communications, optical communications, and also space exploration. So, but right now we still don't see the commercial product of terahertz band because there are several challenges for terahertz imaging. So the first one is it's difficult in designing high-power terahertz light sources. So it looks like it uses low-power light to light up a dark environment. So since we cannot see the objects clearly, so it's the first problem. And the second problem is the diffraction of terahertz light. So the resolution and the fine details are difficult to be observed using the terahertz light. And also, terahertz light can be easily absorbed by transmission media, especially like water. So we can see that at the right-hand side is a ground truth of an object. But if we use terahertz light to inspect the object and use the computed tomography to reconstruct the 3D structure of the object, we can see that at the left-hand side, we can see a lot of distortions on the object, on the image object. So like holes in the body, it cannot, the distorted shape of the object, and also it cannot see the fine details of the object. So due to the problem, we still cannot see the commercial products of terahertz light, although it has great potential in many applications. So we can see the possible applications of terahertz light. So the first one is terahertz can be used in computed tomography. So I think many of you here actually have used like an X-ray to check your body or do the diagnosis of your body. And as we know, we cannot use high power X-ray to inspect the human body because it will hurt the human body. But the terahertz can also be used to see through the body, so you can see the inside of the body without hurting the human body. Okay, and so we can use the computed tomography technology to construct the 3D structure of the inside of our body. So it can be used for the terahertz computed tomography, and also it can use the reflected light like LiDAR. So we see at the left-hand side, the terahertz light can be used to inspect an opaque object put in an opaque cover. And at the right-hand side, we can see that the light reflected from the paper with different characters like Y, R, G. So we can see that due to the different reflection coefficient of the paper and the ink, we can see the Y and R characters on the paper. And also, using the see-through ability of terahertz light, it also provides a so-called hyperspectral imaging ability. So the frequency of terahertz light can be from like 100 gigahertz to terahertz. So using different frequency, for example, if you look at the right-hand side, we use terahertz light to see through an IC card. So when we change the scanning frequency, the terahertz light frequency, we can see that in certain frequencies, we can see the IC inside the card. But in some frequency, we cannot see clearly about the IC. So when we change the change the terahertz different frequencies, we can see different things. So it's a hyperspectral image scheme. And also, the terahertz can be used to analyze different drugs. So for example, here we show 3 different drugs like MDMA, the ecstasy, and methamphetamine, and also aspirin. So using terahertz light, we can analyze the 3 different drugs because they have different spectral responses. And also the terahertz light can be used for security screening. So it can be used to identify the hidden hidden weapons or the hidden knife or hidden gun. These are the experiments conducted by, in Germany. And other application is antique identification. So here shows an example which was reported in year 2013 in Optics Express Journal, which is a top journals in optics community. So here shows a painting. There was a famous painter, Francisco Goya, is a Spanish painter. And people are suspecting that the painting named Sacrifice to Vesta was painted by Goya. But they have no evidence because usually when Goya painted a painting, he will sign on the painting, but they cannot find any signature of the Goya. So here shows they use the terahertz light to inspect the inner layers of the painting. So, for example, at the right-hand side, we see the signature of the painter Goya. So at the top of the right-hand side, you see his typical signatures. And when they use the terahertz light to inspect the inner layer of the painting, they found that you can see they use different waveform, different frequency, like 0.80 terahertz, 0.46 terahertz. They can see that you can check at the right hand side. You can see like the signature YA and G. So they discovered that the painting was painted by Goya. So other applications include like industry application. So they can use to analyze if the chip binding is good or not, and the foot is good or not, and if the the lip are healthy or not, any defect on the jack, and also for biomedical imaging. So we can see the health condition of our teeth. And it can be used for the 6G communication. So, for example, this experiment was done by my colleague who used the terahertz system to transmit the 4K and compressed video. So, please help me to play the video. So, when they block the light, the video will disappear.
Okay.
Yeah. But when they move up the hand, the video will appear again. Okay. So 4K and compressed video actually need a lot of bandwidth to send the video. So we can see the potential of the terahertz light for the 6G communication. Actually, is one of the standard of the physical layer of 6G communication. Okay. Okay. Okay, so when a region of signal processing meets terahertz imaging, we can use one of the important field in signal processing, so-called computational imaging, to help with the terahertz imaging. So here shows 4 examples. The first one is the compressive sensing imaging. This means that like the earliest version of X-ray, it uses a single light source and single detector. So when we scan an object, we need to scan the object from the left to right, from the top to down. So it takes much time to scan the whole object. The first generation of X-ray system actually is like that. And similar, the same condition is for the terahertz light. Actually, it takes much time to scan an object. For example, when we would like to turn the 30 views to 60 views for object, we need to spend 1 week to scan an object. So to reduce the scanning time, we can use the comprehensive sensing technology in signal processing. So we can only scan a small number of samples in the object, then we can reconstruct the whole object with very little distortion. Okay, so we can use the signal processing methodology to help improve to reduce the time of terahertz scanning. And the second example is time of flight imaging. So as shown in the figure, the object is composed of two different materials, material A and material B. So if we use terahertz light source to use the terahertz light to hit on the material, and the reflect time will be different. So we can use the response time to identify the two materials using the object. And the third one is a holographic imaging. Like if you see the movie like Star Wars, you can see they use the holographic image communication to transmit a 3D video for the communication. So in this example, we have a terahertz light source, and we have a beam splitter. So the one part of the terahertz light source pass through an object and arrive as a detector array, and part of the light was splitted by the beam splitter and through the mirror system and arrive as a detector array as a different path without the object. So using the reference light from the mirror system as a reference light, then we can construct a holographic image system like this. And the final example is I will show you how to construct high-quality computed tomography using the terahertz light. So I will introduce this later. And so the computed tomography have been developed for many years, for at least 3 to 4 decades, and we can use take take the picture of object at different viewpoints. So we can to take the 360 degree video at different viewpoints. Then we can use the 2D projection to reconstruct the 3D object using the so-called inverse random transform. So in this talk, actually, we use a novel idea, the physics-guided terahertz computational imaging. We use a physical property of material and the terahertz light. So from the low terahertz signal, the received terahertz signal, we can use the phase amplitude, time delay, energy, hologram, and also polarization properties of the terahertz light, and we can use the so-called computational imaging. We can use the artificial intelligence, especially the machine learning, and also the computing power to compute the hidden information carried in the terahertz signal. So we can do like denoising, like filtering, and also solve the inverse problem which often appear in the computer vision. And based on some physics guides, including the wave propagation and light-matter interaction, and also wave superposition equations, because they need to follow the physics rules. So here shows an example of using the physics-guided terahertz computational imaging. So we stack 3 papers with different characters, Y, R, G. So the innerst in the layer of the G, because it's occluded by the paper of Y and R. So we can see that at the left-hand side, the C, we can see Y and R are clear, but G is unclear. So because the light is attenuated by the paper in front of the G. Okay, but if we use the physics guide to help us to reconstruct the image, we can obtain a clear G like in the right hand side. So here I will show you an example of using terahertz light to do the computed tomography. So the computed tomography is to use X-ray. The typical CT system is to use X-ray to take the different viewpoint 2D pictures of one object. Then we use the different viewpoint 2D pictures to reconstruct the 3D object. Okay, based on some mathematical formulas. And to achieve this goal, we collect terahertz data like this. We use two laser terahertz time domain spectroscopy system. So two lasers, one is using the 100 megahertz clock, and the other is use 100 megahertz plus 200 hertz clock. So the frequency difference between the two systems is 200 hertz. And we use a lens. We design several lenses. So we use one laser source to trigger the terahertz light, and through the lens it arrives at the receiver, and we use the other laser source as a reference laser to reconstruct the image. So here shows our in-house terahertz tomography system. So we have an emitter, have a receiver, and we put the object in an opaque container. So we use a 3D printer to print the object, and then we put the object on a rotatory plate, so we can change the degree or change the angle of the object. And we use the terahertz light to scan the object outside the container, and the terahertz light can see through the container. And we change the angle of the object so we can take the different viewpoint of the object. So we use a 2D projection to reconstruct the 3D object. So we can see that at the right hand side, we can see that due to the properties of terahertz light, like the light diffraction and median absorption, so we can see that the received terahertz image is significantly corrupted compared with the ground truth. Okay, so we would like to restore the image to make it as close as the ground truth. And this terahertz light system was developed by my colleague, Professor Xianghua Yang, in my department. So if we look at the terahertz signal, so when the terahertz light hit on the body of the object, here we use like a 3D printed deer. So the light hit on the object and hit on the air and hit on the leg of the deer, so we can see there are different time responses of the signal. So when the terahertz light hit on the different part of the object or on the background, the signal are different. And actually, it's not a single value; it's a time domain signal. Since it's a time domain signal, if we take the maximum value of the individual signals, then we can reconstruct a so-called Timex image at the right-hand side. So the Timex image is significantly distorted image. So we would like to restore the image. So our goal is so for example, here shows the ground truth object, the real object, like the right-hand side. And if we use a distorted Timex image to reconstruct the 3D object, then we get the Timex reconstructed object at the left-hand side. So we can show you again that there are a lot of artifacts and distortions in the reconstructed object. So our goal is to develop an efficient computer vision technique to well reconstruct the object. So here shows our result. So using our proposed method, we can reconstruct a much better object compared with the Timex object. So using our so-called SARnet deep learning approach, we can reconstruct although it's not as perfect as the ground truth, it's actually very close to the ground truth. So our method, our idea is actually to use the spatial information. So since the signals are time domain signals, actually we can do the frequency analysis using Fourier transform. So we can obtain the spectral response of individual voxel, individual pixel, or individual voxel. So we can obtain the amplitude and phase response of each pixel on the object. So we can obtain when we combine all these individual pixels frequency response, we can obtain the phase image and the amplitude image. Sorry, okay, so let me go back to the previous slide. So we look at when we look at the spatial, the frequency response of individual pixels, we can see that at some frequencies, the signals are significantly attenuated because the terahertz light can be easily absorbed by water. So here, the attenuation frequencies indicate the water absorption frequencies. Okay, so we use the spatial information to help us to recover the original, the beta image. So here we construct more than 10 objects using 3D printer, and we collect the data and using the physical specifications. This here. Then, based on the spatial information, we designed a deep learning model to help us to make full use of the time domain, frequency domain, and multi-scale image to obtain the good image restoration. So we use the individuals' Timex image and their corresponding amplitude and phase images as the water absorption frequencies. So the amplitude and phase images provide the edge information and provide the depth information and also provide the location of the object. So based on the rich information from the spectral content of the terahertz signal, we can better restore the restore the Timex images so that it can be much more close to the ground truth. Okay, so when we look at the amplitude and phase images, we can see that different frequencies of the amplitude and phase images provide different complementary information. So at the left-hand side, the low frequency amplitude images provide the beta, the fine edge and contour information, and the high frequency amplitude image provides the object mask information. And the face image provides depth information and also the edge and contour information. So we select 12 water absorption frequencies to obtain the 12 amplitude and also 12 face images to help us to assist the image restoration. And we also use the neighboring views to help restore the image. So besides the central view, we also use the neighboring -6-degree view and +6-degree views to reconstruct the different views. Okay, so here shows the network structure because you may not be the expert of deep learning model. I will skip the technical details that show the result. Okay, so these are all typical deep learning models. And some mathematics here. Okay, so let's show the result. So the left-hand side is the observed time-max image. So we can see that these time-max images are significantly distorted. And the rightmost image column shows the ground truth, the real object. So we use different existing state-of-the-art image restoration scheme based on deep learning models. So we call them data-driven models like DCNNS, IED, and MBNet. And also our proposed approach, like we use from UNet, our backbone is UNet and multispectral UNet, and the final our proposed SARNet method. So we can show that our method use both data-driven and feature fusion. So the SARNet, the result with our SARNet method achieves the best result compared with the typical data-driven method. And also compare with our baselines from the input time-max and also the UNet model. UNet model use time-max plus the multi-scale features, and the multispectral UNet, the UNet MS, use time-max plus multi-scale feature plus multispectral information. And our proposed SARNet use time-max plus multi-scale features plus multispectral information, and also the so-called attention subspace guided fusion. So with the proposed SARNet, we can see that we can significantly improve the reconstruction quality of the object. And we can compare the objective quality through the PSNR values. The higher the PSNR value, the better the visual quality. And also the reconstruction mean square error, and so the lower the mean square error, the better the quality. Also, we can see that our method are significantly better than the compare method. And we can see the reconstructed 3D model here. So at the bottom row of the right-hand side of the bottom row show the ground truth, and the top row, the left-hand side of the top row shows the input time-max, the reconstructed object with the time-max. So we see that our method includes SARNet and the SARNet multi-view, both reconstruct much better 3D object quality compared with the existing method. And here shows another object. Again, our method achieves the best quality. And here we show for some particular viewpoint. So compare with the baseline models, including UNet and UNet multispectral, our proposed SARNet and the 3-view SARNet achieve the much better reconstruction quality compared with the ground truth, which is much closer to the ground truth. And here shows another viewpoint. So finally, I would like to summarize this talk. So here we explore a new path for terahertz computed tomography involving multidimensional data, like a multi-scale, multispectral, and also different modality of data. So we propose a new feature fusion to fuse the different modality of data. So we construct a terahertz imaging system, and we use the physics-guided image reconstruction to much better to significantly improve the reconstructive visual quality. And we propose the feature fusion, a novel feature fusion method based on like the light-matter interaction, exploring the multidimensional data, and also a new fusion model. So our goal is to build a compact, moving free, high precision, real-time terahertz tomography system. But it's still a long way to go because it still requires a long time to explore the deep characteristics of terahertz imaging. So if you are interested in this topic, you can take a look at our papers. So here I show a few references, including our paper published in ECCV in 2022. ECCV is one of the 3 top computer vision conferences in the world. So it is the first terahertz image paper in top computer vision conferences. We also published a tutorial paper in IEEE Signal Processing magazine. It's a top journal in signal processing field. So it's also the first terahertz image paper in top signal processing journal. And recently we have paper extension of the ECCV paper to be published by the International Journal of Computer Vision. It's one of the 2 best computer vision journals in the world. So we also built the world's first public domain code and data set for terahertz computed tomography. Okay, so this concludes my talk. Any questions?
Okay, thank you very much. First, give big applause to Professor Lin. I guess this is very interesting talk because, as you can see, that we can find the references in very top journals and conference from Professor Lin lab. And before to the Q&A, I am curious in a very small question, whether the data is 3D point cloud data or
it's not a point cloud data. It's actually when the terahertz light pass through an object, then when it receives, the receiver is like a camera, so we obtain a 2D image, like an X-ray image. Then we change the angle of the object, or we rotate the object, so we take another viewpoint. So actually it's a collection of 2D projections of a 3D object.
I see, I get it. Thank you. So we go to the next session, is Q&A session. Please raise your hand if you have any question. Okay, please.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Khalid. And Prof, very amazing for me. I'm from civil engineering actually, and my background is from transportation engineering. And from the title is making the invisible visible. This is very amazing, Prof. Okay. Prof, can show us regarding for the, in terms of the transportation engineering, what we can get from these technologies actually. Because now is the accidents numbers of and accident severity is very quite high, including in Indonesia. especially for the motorcycles, something like that. Maybe this technology can be transferred to us, to our background in the transportation system. I mean, thank you, Prof. For
Thank you for your comment. Yeah, I think it's possible to use the terahertz to help inspect the inner structure of the material used, like in civil engineering. Yeah.
Like a surveillance or something, like autonomous vehicles or something, probably have some examples that has been applied in terahertz.
You mean apply in
the surveillance camera or?
Yes, right now they are investigating use terahertz for like the surveillance system for security. But because right now they are still improving the power of the terahertz light source. Yeah. Right now the power is too weak. So it cannot be used for the long distance monitoring. So right now there are still some challenges in developing the high power terahertz light.
Yeah, actually something that we have to increase the reflectivity or reflectivity of maybe for the signs, helmet, and so on. Okay.
I think very good question and very interesting, and hopefully become a promising research in the futures. Okay, another question, please. Please raise your hand. Here we also have like a signal processing lecturer and also researchers from electrical and computer engineering. Is there any question? While waiting, I have another question related to the deep learning like deep learning reconstruction, as you shown before. I think this is again very interesting. What is the features of like a data collection of this data set in terahertz? Because you are the first who introduced the public data set, right? Whether do you have the plan to extend or enrich the data set and so on?
Yes, right now we have around like 15 objects, and we would like to extend the size of the data set. Right now the most difficult problem is is time consuming because it need to do the like a single point scanning for the whole object and take around like 30 views of the object. So and also because right now we use 3D printers to print the object, and we are still trying to use like the printing materials, which is good for using the terahertz light to inspect the material. Okay, because terahertz light may be absorbed by some kind of material. So since the time it's time consuming, so we cannot build a large data set. And also when we do the scanning, sometimes we need to do like a system calibration, because sometimes when students move the system, then we need to recalibrate the system and change like the length of something else. And also sometimes if the light source burn out, it's very costly. Yeah, it's one light source is around $10,000 US, very expensive. Okay, so right now we are still enriching the data set, and we also would like to use a so-called sub-terahertz camera, which can take the object in the video rate, but it cannot provide the spectral information. So we are considering to combine the sub-terahertz camera and the terahertz camera so that we can achieve faster scanning, and also we can look at the in detail of the object.
Okay, got it. And we have two questions from the online platform. Professor, you can also see on the MacBook. No name, anonymous, okay. In slide 17 about spatial coding, there is the model equation. Can you explain it, how to compute it for constructing the image?
Slide 17.
Okay, please back to the slide 17.
Slide 17.
Yeah. I guess they are very interesting because they go to the equation of, I think, the reconstructing image, right? 17. Okay, next. This one. No, I think that one, but this is just.
Oh, okay. So in 17 is the equation actually is a typical competitive sensing formula. So if you are interested how to use the like a competitive sensing equation to help the contrast image from a small part of the samples, I would like to refer you to the competitive sensing literature because it's a very typical scheme in signal processing.
Yeah. Okay, next question, please. Yeah. Okay. Does this terahertz technology have a side effect on its radiation on the human body? So the question from Faisal Irsan Pasaribu, the second one.
So then let me check.
Okay.
It's similar to visible light, so it does not hurt the human body. So it will not cause any side effect when terahertz light hit on the human body. So you can consider it looks like a visible light, RGB camera. So if you use the visible light to light on human body, there will be no problem. Yeah.
Okay. So there's no side effect, right?
Yeah.
So scroll down, please. Scroll down. Okay. If we want to identify the chemical materials, is there any procedures that we need? Do we need to have the image first? Or we could use these models right away, please.
Actually, we do not do experiments about this, but when you use terahertz light to hit on a chemical, some chemical material, then they can, like we use reflected light or we use the see-through light. So I think we can use the terahertz light to hit on the chemical material and see what happens in the reconstructed image. Yeah.
Okay.
So because different chemicals may cause different terahertz reconstructed image, so we can try to do this. Yeah.
Okay, so the suggestion is just to try the chemical materials
because
first, right?
I don't know the what will be the effect of the chemical material on the terahertz light.
Yep. The last, I think, can you explain the parameters of transmitted signals used in terahertz technology?
I think the parameters of transmitted signal in terahertz technology is the power of the terahertz light and also the frequency of the terahertz light and also the material of the object used for inspection because different materials will cause the different reactions of the terahertz light. Okay, so these are the main parameters and also the scanning scheme, the resolution, the frequency, and so on. Yeah.
Okay, got it. I think, yeah. Is there any question?
Yes.
Any question? Okay, please.
Check. Okay, thank you. I feel so impressed with your presentation, and I want to ask something. On your presentation slide, I saw the terahertz used to drug detection, but can we use this terahertz technology in the field of agrotechnology, like to see the content of the fruit, such as water or sugar content? Thank you.
You mean what content?
Like water or sugar content to classification the grade or
water,
maturity.
because the terahertz light will be significantly attenuated by the water. It can be easily absorbed by the water. So it's difficult to use terahertz light to analyze water because the signal will become very weak. So you cannot effectively to analyze the signal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, get it. I think participants is quite a very interesting topic, and they have some question online and also offline. Is there any question last before I recap the session? Okay, I think very interesting topic, Professor Lin. And last question, please, from the online. Okay. Yeah, in this experiment with 3D objects, what is the standard thickness or barrier with 3D objects that will be detected before processing with the architectures? Please.
Oh, okay. Just a good question. We need to make sure the terahertz light can pass through the object, so the object cannot be too thick, and also it depends on the power of the signal of the terahertz light. Okay, so we need to determine the largest thickness that the terahertz light can penetrate the object. So we have an upper limit of the object size. So if the thickness of the object is larger than the upper limit, the signal will be attenuated to very small, so we cannot analyze the object. Yeah.
I get it. Okay, thank you. I think it's very clear. But if they have some question, maybe drop by email to Professor Lin.
Yeah, in 2 days I'm still here, so if you have other questions, you can talk to me offline. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much once again. Let's give the very big applause to Professor Lin.
Okay. Thank you very much for attending my talk. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And this is the turn for Insinyur Yudanudin for chair the session. For chairing this next keynote session delivered by Dr. Rizman Adnan. Before that, there is a souvenir for Professor Lin. Please.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Khalil, distinguished speaker, Mr. Chairman, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. We will move into the second keynote speakers. I would like to say hello to Dr. Risman.
Morning.
Good morning, Dr. Risman.
Good morning. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Sure, thank you.
Okay. First, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Yuda Nurdin. I will be the moderator for the second keynote speaker. First, I would like to say hello to Dr. Risman. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Okay. Are you well? Everything good?
Everything good. I'm here. I apologize I cannot attend to Banda Aceh, but I'm here in Jakarta online.
Yes.
Hopefully we have an occasion to meet each other offline.
Okay. Thank you, sir. It is a great honor and privilege for us to host this second international conference on computer system, information technology, and electrical engineering. For our speakers and participants that could not attend, I hope you could, in the near future, come to Banda Aceh and we can have a coffee together. And coffee, yes, one of the unique beverage in Banda Aceh. So, our keynote speaker, Dr. Risman Adnan Matotorang, yes, without a doubt, he is an experienced corporate executive, scientist, engineer, and entrepreneur. He has upon 23 years of experience at global technology companies as well as startups and incubator in Indonesia. So currently he is as a digital technology director at Kalbe Pharma. Dr. Risman Adnan specializes in attracting and growing cross-functional R&D teams. Yes, and also he is a well-known tech guru, motivator, and also a lecturer, I think, in the University of Indonesia and also in Telkom University. Today he will give a presentation about the artificial intelligence for healthcare and life science. We will see some of remarks from him about what is the challenge and opportunities. And this is a very, I think, very, very rare opportunity for us because we have Dr. Risman from the industry and also diverse experience. So I hope our participant can get a very big benefit from his presentation. Okay, without further ado, I will give the screen to you, Dr. Risman, and please give a big applause for Dr. Risman.
Thank you very much. It's an honor for me on behalf of Kalbe Pharma to talk in this keynote, in this conference. Thank you for all participants and also for distinguished speakers and organizer of the conference. So allow me to introduce what we do, what we set up in Kalbe. So I'm new to this field as well. I spent 10 years in Microsoft to build software. I also spent 9 years in Samsung to build AI for consumer electronic devices. This is my new journey, 6 months journey in Kalbe. Kalbe is the largest healthcare company in Southeast Asia, and we have ambition to go global by enhancing our research and development capability. So this year, Kalbe set up corporate digital technology at the holding company. to spearhead the development of software and AI technology in combination of digital capabilities to improve our uniqueness, value proposition, and also our impact to society regarding healthcare service. So as beginning of my presentation, let me introduce that this year, this is 6 months old lab, Kalbe Digital Lab, is a part of corporate digital technology that operate as a R&D, digital R&D. This year, our focus is starting competency on software and AI engineering core competencies. And we also work on standardization, technology standardization across all of our business units. Kalbe business units start from manufacturing, distribution and logistics, and also pharma, biopharma, medical devices, e-health, etc. We have across Kalbe, there is 45 companies focused on healthcare service for Indonesia and Southeast Asia market. Just recently, we expand to global. We have Kalbe International operating in many countries, and we expect that in the future we can improve our technology competencies, especially on software and AI, to enhance our services. So Kalbe Digital Lab will set up the foundation to explore and exploit the state-of-the-art machine learning and deep learning models to power our capabilities in digital biology, especially we want to focus on personalized medicine, next generation clinics, quality of care, and also biomedical research, including genomic and life science to treat disease. So KDL is a new lab in Indonesia. We just participating also. This is our first appearance in conference, and maybe next in November, we also arrange supporting the PRICAI 2023 in Jakarta. Our competency focus on software engineering. So we develop software factory standard for Kalbe and software architecture design and implementation, including new capability on artificial intelligence. We are focusing on machine learning standard operation for corporate. Also, we are focused on digital biology AI, covering healthcare, genomic, and life science. So my presentation is quite introductory because the lab is just 6 months old, but you can see our lab, some of our work in Hugging Face. So we post some of our work in Hugging Face for demonstration. For example, we do some medical segment anything models we reproduce. Also, we reproduce a large language model for biomedical. We are using open source language model like Vicuna and Alpaca. We reproduce for custom data set on nutrigenomics. We're also working on lung cancer classification, some work on breast classification for cancer, pathology, nucleic classification, etc. We will improve our contribution to academic and community, and also we are inviting more of the researcher to work on AI for digital biology. So let me start by sharing our understanding about AI and its potential in this field. So we think we can see many definitions of AI, but for us it's about finding automatically discover the regularities or patterns inside the data and perform and reuse the approximated patterns into performing some tasks like classification, regression, etc. We understand that the machine learning problem happen because we don't have any rules. We don't have an analytical approximation, exact approximation of the patterns inside the data. We just have the data and we explore using probabilistic and statistical models to make sure that we can extract the patterns and utilize. For example, in medical imaging, the input source, for example, the data X is images, which is high dimension. We can extract the data patterns inside the data using neural networks, like convolutional neural networks. Our team is exploring many state-of-the-art models for convolutional neural nets, and based on the hypothesis of the models, we can find approximated final hypothesis for our data, so we can do classification tasks or regression tasks. This is a very basic term of machine learning that usually studied in computer science, but we conduct many collaboration with university in Indonesia, not only in the computer science. We just set up new collaboration with University of Indonesia to set up the Genomic Center research for genomic research in University of Indonesia. So most of the models that we work on is we start from the state of the art of the machine learning and deep learning. We explore both machine learning over some benefit, classical machine learning compared to deep learning model that need more data, more GPU, right? So we combine the advantage both of machine learning and deep learning at the same time. We accelerate the training process using GPU, and most of our team work actually improving the models by doing the hyperparameters tunings, and some of our reproducible model we publish in Hugging Face. For machine learning operation, we mostly use scikit-learn, PyTorch lightning, and weight and bias. For demonstration of the model, how it works, we publish in Hugging Face, and for some academic papers, we publish on journal and conference. Because this is a new lab, this year our target is just a few publications, but next year we can expand by collaboration with university students who are doing internship, both for master degree and also for bachelor degree. So what we see in life science, if we try to find use case of AI, I think life science offer very wide range of use case, especially with the availability of data in our industry, from the lab data, consumer data in the phone, and also devices, and from genomic instruments like genomic sequencing, imaging data, a lot of data available over there. But what is lagged behind is actually our ability to build the models from the available public data. We also try to combine with in-house data that we produce in Calbe ecosystem, but we think that the publicly available medical database is good enough to start with, and we can combine with our in-house data in the future. So as a start, we focus on medical database that widely available, and later on we can improve with our own data to improve the models performance and accuracy. So if we see what's data available in the public, you can see many data, but we put some notes here that for production or production purpose or commercial purpose, we need to be able to explain where's the data from. We have to be responsible on the data, and also we have to make sure that the data is protecting privacy of the people, because it's quite sensitive information, and also the industry is very highly regulated. In each country, they have different regulation, and regulation regarding AI globally is still not in final version. It's still in debates, and we follow the debates, the discussion across in the FDA or European regulation. So we carefully define the step moving forward based on the compliance to the current regulation. As a start, our lab focus actually on genomics and pathology, but we see a lot of opportunity. If you try to find use case for AI, I think digital biology is where the use case are. So health industry also try to standardize many format of the data. If you see for electronic health records, medical imagings, genomics, there's a lot of standards. And these standards make us create more complication in terms of data modeling, because too many standards will block us for accelerating our modeling efforts. So, but we see in healthcare industry, the standardization start to happen. Like, for example, in Mimic3 for clinical database, they start to standardize the data. And also ICD, International Classification of Diseases, is a WHO mandated standard for health data. And LOINC is for Common Language Identifier Name and Codes for health measurement and observation and documents. And also FDA have a standard for NDC, National Drug Code. And there's another standard called UMLS terminology, it's a Unified Medical Language System, and OHDSI FHRR. So as AI engineers looking into this field, understanding the standard for the data in healthcare is very important initial step before we go to the models itself. In terms of models, we know that a lot of models in machine learning and artificial intelligence, what we see in the lab that we have to do modeling in multi-paradigm terms, means that we cannot only do supervised learning because it's quite limited capability, but we should combine with unsupervised learning, including the generative models and also reinforcement learning models. And if we take into account all of this modeling strategy, the complexity becoming bigger and bigger. Even though that we have many state-of-the-art models, we need to have a good modeling strategy for each cases in healthcare and life science because of the regulation and also explainability or also responsible AI pressure from the community. And if we look on the data in the healthcare ecosystem, we can see the data into three major areas. First is efficient medical imaging. Here, the standard data maybe start to be converged into the DICOM standard, including data of image, time series, and the patterns inside the data is a spatial patterns that we can extract with many deep learning models like convolution or Fission transformer. For NLP, usually NLP tasks in healthcare and life science, the data input is text, voice, and video. And the patterns inside is usually commonly is a sequential patterns of sequence of the text. And we need to process the sequence and output another sequence with machine learning or deep learning model. And there's a multimodal combined data, like for example in genomic or electronic health records, making more complicated with the multimodality data and modelings. So in our lab, we start to improve our competence by learning all of this paradigm, multi-paradigm modeling, start from supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning for many data types in our industry. Here's the list of the common use case of AI in healthcare and life science, like disease detection with computer vision. It cannot only be done with supervised learning, but we also sometimes have to take into account self-supervised learning for automatic labeling or handling some missing data, and also reinforcement learning to see the treatment, how it's impacting to the progression of the disease in patient. And also there is many case using another instrument like MRI or X-ray. So it's also very depend to the medical instrument, medical devices that we use to get the data. especially for very critical illness like cancer or diabetes or anything. We need to be careful regarding the data from any devices. We need to understand and standardize the data set that get into the models. This is just a few lists that we put in our backlogs that make us also very carefully to start with where to start, because we need to align with the business inside our big group in Calbe. So this year we carefully, we consciously decide that let's start with genomic and pathology because of the data availability and the case in the industry. If we see in the industry itself, you can see there is an explosive, massive growth of number of digital health tech companies offering many solutions that within combination of software and machine learning technologies very rapidly grows. Usually like that in the industry, there's many people try to enter this field, including pharma corporation, AI startup companies, tech corporation, including Samsung here. Samsung also have a big effort in healthcare. Samsung have a healthcare company producing many devices with embedded AI inside the devices. And many investors are very interested in this field. That means the field is very, very rapidly moving forward. That's also mean there's a lot of problems need solved by researchers. And that's why we invite more researchers to join this effort, especially in Indonesia market, in South and Southeast Asia market. So what we see in the future for highly potential use case in near future will be around this part, especially in correlation with Calbe business priority and current capability. We see that decision supports on our labs in combination with lab management system is very important. This is an open problem for us because there is so many experiments we conducted for creating formula, and we see this, we collect a lot of data, but we still do it manually. So if we can use machine learning and deep learning to accelerate this process, that we create business impact for our business in Calbe. And also for medical imaging in our labs, especially like pathology. So pathology have a very long-term tradition for maybe for 400 years using microscopes, and pathologists looking into the microscope and interpret the data. But the number of pathologists in each country is decreasing, especially in Indonesia itself. We are part of the country who have a very lowest number of clinicians among other countries in the world. And if we see the subset of pathologists, number of pathologists also not a good news here. So medical imaging AI, especially with computer vision technology, is a good promise that we can help the pathologists to be more productive, not as a final result of the analysis, but at least for medical pathologist education, to understand the patterns inside the data for education purpose, also for filtering the data that is collected before they do further diagnosis or analysis, that can help the productivity level of pathologists in the future. We also see the disease progression to predict the future patient progression with the medication is a very important area. This is the area where reinforcement learning can be really help in combination with supervised and unsupervised learning. Chronic disease diagnosis is also an important area for us, which is early diagnosis and continuous monitoring with the patient to make sure that the patient progression is in the good direction. Drugs discovery is our future area of research that we want to evaluate the tools, the state-of-the-art of deep learning models in this area to make sure that we can transfer the technology into the Calbe ecosystem for predictive, preventive, and personalized and participatory drugs discovery process with help of machine learning, and artificial intelligence. The other area on the more on business side is also a very interesting area to see on, because there are so many problems here. Compared to FDA or European regulation, Indonesian regulation and payment ecosystem, also digital cybersecurity is a very lag behind compared to other mature countries in the world. So even for digital identity is still a very problematic that create a lot of frauds in digital ecosystem, a lot of data violation, that customer data is all everywhere is open, and they create many frauds. So AI and software in this case for AI automation on payment, insurance, and regulatory is very important aspect that we also see as an opportunity to innovate, to research in this area. But because of our lab is a very new lab in this big market, so we carefully choose where we start with. So we start our journey by creating our competency development plan. So I want to share here how we develop our competence from ground zero. When I set up the lab, I only have 5 people in the team. Now we have 10 people, including our research intern, maybe 30 people in the team. Small team compared to my team previously in Samsung R&D Center. We have now in Samsung maybe 500 researcher team and engineers, 500 team. So this is quite small incubation. However, I believe that the process of building the core competency to meet up the global standard is still open, and it's a big opportunity for us because many global university are open their lecture. So we actually learn from the top global university. We incubate our internal capability and core competency. We learn from top school. We curate the material. We reproduce the paper. And then we improve the paper based on our cases. So inside the lab, many people working on data collection, data preparation, machine learning modeling, model serving, app integration, and smart app use case at the end, because we already have some apps operating in the market. Connecting all of this process, that's what we call machine learning, engineering, and operation that require many roles and people working together with different background and discipline. We hire many people with mathematics background, bioinformatics background, biology, biophysics, and we give them roles in project as a data engineer, data scientist, AI engineers, and software engineers, and product management. Of course, all of this competence is very hard to build, but we carefully design our learning journey to make sure that we are not lost. Many companies try to set up their R&D center, but they fail because they think there is a competent people out there they can just hire. In our experience, competence need to be developed instead of hire people that is not exist in our market. So usually we start with internship process. So 1 year internship with students, we give some small case and then we improve the case. And if there's a unique result or interesting result, we publish, get feedback from other academic community and research community. And then once the result is good for commercialization, we embed the result of AI model into our application and services. So to support our scale this year, we launch Calbe Digital University. We will focus on digital biology core competence. We curate many materials from many sources. We create video to teach our students an internship so they can do self-learning in our portal, both internal portal and external portal. Internal portal usually with some confidentiality information that can only be accessed by employee of Calbe. But external portals is more public information like method and techniques in machine learning and deep learning. This year we released maybe about 42 courses in Calbe Digital University. And we use it to educate our all engineers in Calbe to make sure that they can gain competency up to the standard in the field. And for our R&D lab, as mentioned before, we focus as an initial step, focus on pathology, imaging, and nutrigenomic R&D. But to do so, we set up our machine learning operation. We call it Calbe Machine Learning Operation, KMLOps. And also the second thing we set up is Calbe knowledge base. We understand that a lot of data outside, but the data is fragmented, scattered. So we collect the data, we make we collaborate with medical data bank and collect with the single standards. And we start to train our large language model for BioGPT in collaboration with open source community in other university like Vicuna and Alpaca from Stanford and Berkeley. We utilize that, and just recently Meta have released their LL Llama 2, so we also be able to use the pre-train and also train the models. And we want to create knowledge graph for all of the knowledge that we will be able to be integrated with our chatbot. So the integration to the knowledge base, the front end is actually using chatbot, but the back end, we call it Calbe knowledge base. And for the life science area, we start with pathology. We also reproduce many models from output of the microarray devices into machine learning models. We start to focus on nutrigenomic first, not on the chronic disease genomics, but start with nutrition and dietary and exercise for people, what is good for people based on their DNA profile or gene expression or gene sequence profile. We also incubate protein folding and structure. So this is new area for us. So we just try to learn the problem, the famous problem of protein folding, and look on the state of the art, because it's a very important later on for our drugs discovery, exploration, and exploitation. I think that's all I can share for today's keynotes, and I'm very much welcome if you have a question or interest in this field. In the lab, we just 6 months old, so wish us best journey to embrace this area as a potential area to improve society, to improve our well-being together in healthcare industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isman. Please give a big applause to Dr. Isman. Okay, I think this is a very good opportunity to have a collaboration between the university and also with the industry, especially in the pharmaceutical. Okay, we have a precious opportunity right now to have a discussion and question and answer session with Dr. Isman. Anyone to have to give any questions? Some of the highlight that Dr. Isman present in his presentation is about how that we should shift from only focus in one type of like a supervision or unsupervised to multi-paradigm. And also we need to consider about to develop a responsible AI. I think this is quite a trend topic right now, how to make already try to develop community, and I would like to highlight one of what you present about the competency is you cannot just only buy this competency. You need to build this from the foundation. I think this is one of the reason why Calbe invests to build this Calbe University, right? Okay. Any question? Okay, I would like to ask regarding about your experience. You already worked 6 years in Microsoft, and then moved to Samsung, and then to Calbe. What kind of maybe you work with different environment, and what kind of maybe experience that you can share with us about moving from one industry to with a different type of industry?
Oh, interesting question. So thank you. So actually, when I graduated in 2000, I was theoretical physicist. So as a theoretical physics in Indonesia, we don't have many jobs to do. So when I graduated, I worked with Professor Rosari Saleh before to build the amorphous semiconductor modeling using molecular dynamics. But after that, I graduated, I don't know where to work. So the only thing I can do at that time is teaching at the bimbel, bimbingan belajar or something that I can get some small money to pay the bill. But year 2000 is a very interesting year in Indonesia because that is the Web 2.0 booming. So a lot of companies set up require software engineer, and it's not hard for me from theoretical physics to understand coding and programming because it's trivial for me. So my first job was software engineer. So I worked with Microsoft for 10 years as mostly with software development. My last role is actually director for development in Indonesia, and also I was covering Southeast Asia. But after that, I think I need to have something new. So I moved to Samsung. At that time, not software, but Samsung is creating a R&D center in Jakarta. They want to focus on IoT and also AI and also data analytics. And at that time, it's very hard to find expert in Indonesia for that. So I joined Samsung and spent 9 years there to build another new competence other than software. But pandemic coming, and at that time, it's very unpredictable moment for us because we don't know where it ends. So I think the best decision to do if this is continue to happen is to work with Indonesian company. Because what will happen with multinational company in the crisis, they will try to do efficiency, and then they try to optimize the operation based on the business results. So I decided at that time to take the offer from Calbe, again to incubate R&D center, but this time is not for AI and IoT for consumer electronics. This time we need to build for healthcare. So I see during this year, 6 months, I read a lot of papers, I read a lot of materials regarding this industry, and we decide let's move as a start beginning, let's go to pathology and also genomic to explore the state of the art. That means that we need more people, we need more interns for research interns and maybe PhD interns who are interested to solve problems. Can work with us. We provide internship, we provide scholarship for PhD and master degree, as long as they can work with us to solve the industrial problem that we face. So my decision usually for career, I never take the same role. So I always take new roles, not because I'm good in one thing and then I do the same thing with different company, but usually my decision process is based on the new thing that I can learn and I can explore, so I can grow in that. So never the same job.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iswan. And I think you also give a lot of concern in community and give some motivation, incubation, and you are quite well known in AI-based community for your contribution. So, what do you have some kind of suggestion or remarks for community base that try to develop AI?
So many people see AI as a programming task. So especially in the community, they think there's some framework like Python, TensorFlow, they download and then they try the sample code and then they try to improve and they expect something. They kind of a wishful thinking that if you can do this programming stuff, you can do big things. But we have to remember that the AI is actually mathematical models. And to do that, we need to have a good understanding from statistical theory, probability theory, optimization theory. At the end, all of the models we have now is probabilistic, statistical, and also optimization. And if we look back, how we understand this stuff is very limited. That's why I decided to teach back at University of Indonesia in my alma mater, to teach back at the Department of Mathematics. Because if we try to tweak the models, we are dealing with optimization problem, and not very much people, students understand the context of optimization. There is some discipline there that we need to learn, including the convex optimization, non-convex optimization, the gradient method that we famously use. There's another method to do that. So I think to do good in AI and machine learning, we need to get back to the foundation of AI and machine learning, which is probability, statistic, and optimization. And then we look idea from other disciplines and combine the idea with the existing techniques in those foundations. That's what we enjoy now with the neural network and deep learning technology. Many ideas coming from neuroscience, many ideas from biology, and including physics. I just published in IEEE that the famous Langevin dynamics optimization techniques can be used in neural network. And it has some characteristic that maybe can help to find global minimum in some case in neural network, better than gradient descent techniques. And all of those ideas actually coming from mathematics. So the reason I joined community is to tell this story, that this is not what you think as like a programming, and that is a kind of a very common misconception, and will bring other people time and energy in wrong direction. So I joined many community to tell this, to ask the student to get back to the fundamental area in mathematics and get inspired from other discipline, because this is not like developing mobile apps or like developing API or web apps.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Iswan. And we have this in online question from Mr. Akhyar. Has Kalbe been collaborating with several universities on artificial and deep learning research for biomedical?
Yeah, just recently, last week, I made the biomedical faculty program study at the University of Telkom, the Telkom University. We will sign MOU, and then we will have maybe the first MOU with Telkom University. The second one next week, we will meet up with Professor Al-Hadi Bustaman, Bioinformatics in Mathematics Data Science Center. We will sign another MOU with them. What we are looking with the university partnership is actually that align the topic of research with industrial problem statement. So I've seen this model in Korea, in US, where Microsoft, let's say, for example, work very closely with MIT and Stanford. In Korea, there's a lot of university work together with engineers in Samsung and top university in Korea. So in other country also you can see, so we want to contribute in this area, bridging the gap between academic research and industrial problem, to solve industrial problem.
Okay, thank you. And we hope that University of Shakwala will have also part of this MOU with the Kalbe. Okay, next question, and I think it will be the last question. Does Kalbe Pharma also share the data to external through the government portal like Satu Data Indonesia?
Kalbe Pharma always try to comply to the government regulation. There is a DTO, Ministry of Health, new process for data, Satu Data, right? So once it's ready, of course, we need to comply if this is regulation. But we need to also make sure that any data we share is aligned with the international standard of privacy development, protection. Yeah. So there is a regulation like PII, Global Data Protection Regulation, to make sure that there is no personal, private information inside the data need to be removed. As we know, what will enter the machine learning model or deep learning model is a numerical data. We don't need the private information, right? So, but in terms of process, we need to be able to make sure that if we get audited, we can show that there is no privacy. Okay, so many companies now try to implement data lineage to make sure that any commercial AI model that they produce can be traced back to the original source of data, and we can show that there is no privacy information inside the data. And another part of the compliance is we need to make sure that people who submit their data for the purpose of research and also purpose of commercialization agree with the term and condition. They put some intent to share their data for the purpose of healthcare research and development. So we need to combine those processes. From the user's perspective, they have to agree to submit the data. From the data perspective, we have to remove the privacy and confidential information of the users and make sure that the data we are using is the user acknowledge that we will use this for this purpose.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Isman. And because of the time limitation, I would like to apologize. We cannot read all of the question right now. Dr. Isman, on behalf of Cosite committee, I would like to express our gratitude for your time, contribution, insight, and also motivation, not only for to this conference, but also to the AI community. Thank you very much. Please give a big applause to Dr. Isman.
Thank you very much.
So moving to our next section, I would like to welcome my colleague, Dr. Afnan. She will moderate the next session. Please come to the stage and so that I can hand the floor over. Thank you very much, everyone, and I will give the floor to Dr. Afnan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mr. Yuda Nurdin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Afnan. I am an assistant professor in Electrical and Computer Engineering Department at Universitas Syah Kuala. I will be serving as your moderator for this session, We'll be soon hearing a presentation from Professor Dr. Inggi Eko Suprianto on smart healthcare. But before we get started, I would like to briefly introduce you to our last, but certainly not least, keynote speaker. Professor Dr. Inggi Eko Suprianto currently serves as the director of IJN UTM Cardiovascular Engineering Center at University Technology Malaysia. He earned his PhD in electronics engineering from University of the German Federal Armed Forces in Hamburg and worked as an academic staff at this university. He has also worked as a product manager, product development manager at a private company in Düsseldorf, Germany. He is a visiting professor at Ilmenau University of Technology, Germany, and he is a guest professor in radiology department at Universitas Padjadjaran, Indonesia. He's been developing computer applications used in medical field since 1996, and to date he has 15 patents in the area of biomedical and computer-based products. He has won 24 awards from various international institutions, and with regards to publications, he has more than 120 academic articles published in a variety of international journals and proceedings. And he has authored a few books which were also published internationally. He's been contributing actively as an invited speaker in the World Scientific and Engineering Academy and Society Conference, or WSEAS, since 2009. And he also serves as a speaker for more than 36 journal or academic papers. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to our third keynote speaker, Dr. Inggi Eko Suprianto. Dr. Eko, Dr. Suprianto, can you hear us clearly?
Yes, very clear. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly. So please welcome, please kindly present your talk.
Okay. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see that. Thank you.
So, okay, thanks for the nice introductions. Today, my talk is on the smart healthcare. The question will be answered by you all by end of these sessions. Is really the smart healthcare is the future of healthcare. Actually, I just try to continue what the previous speaker from Calvi talks on the AI basically. So it's I already mentioned about me. I need to explain more. So basically, to define whether the smart health is really the future or not, I will try to analyze several things. Number one is technology maturity. Then the next one is the clinical uses, clinical acceptance, data security, cost benefit, related policies, and then you will see the answer. You imagine if you got the traffic accident and then you will not having the electronic medical record that is connected, then you will have problem because in the traffic accident sometimes you miss several things, include your ID. So if someone having electronic medical record and connected, then will save the life basically, because the system can detect you and then understand who are you. You have the finance for your medicines or not, and so on, your allergy and so on. So this is a proof that this is able to save life. Second, I think especially during COVID, telemedicine is very important, and currently also in the rural, is also very important. The next one, this is the new one. You imagine the doctor need to have the nerve or neurosurgery. You know that the nerve is very tiny tissue. Without the robot, the accuracy will be very low.
because the human have the limitation. That's where neurosurgery using surgical robotic is very, very important. The next one. If you have only 1, 2, 3 images from the X-ray, then it's easy to be analyzed. But if you have one day for 1,000 images, yeah, and then the doctor need to analyze every time, then this is really that even radiology doesn't like to do. That's why AI is very important, to help the radiologists, to conduct some analysis or even diagnosis of the diseases inside the X-ray images. The next one, if you go to the hospital, if smart healthcare applied, then actually you don't need to have the waiting time. You will guide it by the mobile apps. You will know what time you will need to be entered, so that you don't need to wait in the room that is crowded, and sometimes you will get the infection because the air condition is not really nice. The bad management, especially Indonesia, after our survey, we know that to get the bed occupancy rate even more than 80% is very difficult. So the smart healthcare is trying to enable the bed occupancy rate in the hospital, up to 100%. This is very, very important, to have the better healthcare. The next one, the problem with the drug, under overstocking. This is always happen in the hospital. So that the lost money, because of the drug is not used, expired already, or if required, not available. This is also another smart healthcare function. This is just example, 7 cases, which is very important. But we need to know, many doctors frustrated about this system because this technology is, and then sometimes the technology is not mature. And they worry also about the replacement of the doctors. That's where the question will be whether this technology will replace the doctors or not in the future. The next one, their worry is on the misdiagnosis because the inaccurate AI. We need to ensure the AI is accurate and then follow the ethics. The next one, we are worried also on the sabotage, data privacy leakage or data leakage. Every year's increase. And then the next one for the AI, we are worried about the over control by the system. The human is controlled by system or management or even the government. It's very dangerous. So this is against the human right actually. So this is something that happened. No, the question, go or not go? So now based on the definition, basically the smart healthcare is just healthcare using the 4.0 industrial revolution such as Internet of Things, big data, AI, robotics, and so on to transform the traditional medical system to the more efficient, more convenient, and then more personalized healthcare. Basically, this is how we define the smart healthcare. We connected all the data. That's why in Indonesia we have One Health. Satu Sehat is very important because this is will solve the problem in this healthcare problem basically. So from the digital payment, tele consultations, and then intensive care until digital pharmacy, everything is connected. How to enable this? We need to have the sensor at all the devices, and then we need to have the IoT to connect to the big data center, and then we need to have the display to visualize either in 3D or in augmented reality. So from there, we know the problem. First is the technology maturity. The problem, accurate or not, slow or fast. Clinical acceptance. How is the condition of the staff in the future, the doctors? And data security. Cost benefit. If we invest so much, whether this will be benefit to the hospital or not. And ethical issue. And then policies. So this is all the challenges that still we have and we need to solve. This is some example. The smart healthcare is no need to be implemented in the very big city or in the very crowded people. Even in the rural, it's very important also. This example in India, in Italy, and so on. So the next one is the technology maturity. I will start with the artificial intelligence. So how mature currently is the technology? Okay, from the data that I got, this year, there are more than 3,000 startups. But sorry, Indonesia is not yet really listed here. Maybe, in the reality, maybe more than 5,000 companies working on that. So if we see the overall AI maturity, for the leader is always 20%. This is more than other industry. And then the advanced is on 41%. 1% still beginner. But I consider less than the industry. This is the maturity. The implementation is also very well implemented in the leading as also in the advanced. And then effectiveness is already 39% advanced effective. And then 20% already leader. Still 13% in the beginning, but it's very less. It means maturity is quite high in this case. And then the importance. So consider very important is more than 45% and 29.1%. It means more than 74% AI is very, very important. So not important 0, slightly important 11%. If you see, this is in the 2020 data. In areas, it means no, the AI is look like like this. In planning, it's just very, very less. Implementing is 26%. Major is 35%, and the advanced more than major is 38% in the healthcare. So this technology maturity in AI, hopefully you understand that. The next one is the technology maturity in IoT. I think you may use the smartwatch. This is part of them. You might already use the QR code, the RFID, the Wi-Fi tracker, the BLE, the LoRa. This is all the IoT. That is already very cheap, actually. So I then use all anywhere. And then if we see also the growth, it's really very high. Growing exponentially. And then IoT in healthcare still have problem. Most of the problem is always security. The next one, robotic. No, Indonesia having more and more robotics in the hospital. For the rehab, for the surgery, for the cleaning, for the sterilization, and lots more and more. And the robots market also growing very well with the CAGR from 2021 to 2027, 17.5%. It's very good business, actually. So, and then the clinical uses. This is top 10 AI uses in the healthcare. For analytics, medical diagnosis, number second, telehealth, and then clinical decision, robotics, and also for the personalized healthcare. Still very small, but growing. This is some company, the German company, the Turkish company, the Australian company, US company, and then UK company, Indian company, even Brunei company, also Indonesian company having this type of the AI. So we I try to get one publication, to share the publication from FrontMed, on the acceptance of the AI among physician and medical students, whether they accept or not. The survey conducted in 5 continents from the US, Europe, Africa, Asia, and Russia. We see here the acceptance. Basically, 68% physicians agree to use the AI as auxiliary role into health. And then 30% agree to be used independently. It means this is quite strong. But there is still that is not agreed to use AI. It's only 1.5%. And this is mostly the senior guys. And then this is the acceptance. Why they not accept? One is on the accuracy. It means still having problem with accuracy, some of them. And then, okay, the next one is easy to be used because the doctor is not engineer. They need to be, very easy to use. And then the next one is some challenges. The highest challenges is the interdisciplinary challenge collaborations. So because engineer and doctor is not really able to work together. So this is the next one is on the security. See, in the last 3 years, the data breach is double. Yeah, 2018, 2020 is double from 300 something to 700 something. Yeah, this is problem really. Yeah, and no is higher and higher. Everywhere in the network server. So these some challenges in the data security: use error, hackers, e-health record, obsolete technology in the hospital, mobile application inside trade, especially in Indonesia. We are in danger. Next, how to settle this one? HIPAA already issued GDPR, High Trust Common Security Framework, ISO 27001 need to be implemented. This is on the security. There is a lot of also way to have. Cost benefit. Is it beneficial? If we see here, the investments $8, one AI. For dermatologists, can get $9 more. It means $1, profit. And then here for dentistry, like $22 euro. Sorry. Okay, it means 14 euro profit. So this is first. And then the next one for the diabetic, it's $135 benefit. Okay, it means it's still nice compared to $8. And then we check also from the multi-study from the dentistry until cardiologist, how much it costs or benefit. For the diagnosis, cost saving 23%. And then for the treatment even can save the cost until 74.4%. This is the function of AI. So you see almost 8 times compared to the investment that is given. And then the potential market global CRGR is very high, 47.6%. We need to consider, however, some ethical issue. AI must able to protect the human autonomy. They cannot allow, and we will not allow them to be autonomy. It's too dangerous. And then we need to be also transparent, explainability. Any algorithm inside must be very transparent because it's too dangerous. And then ensure equity and inclusiveness. We need to check all the algorithm to ensure all the race must equal, all the religion must equal. And then also promote responsive and sustainability. This is some issue in the ethics that we need to settle. A lot of standards, policies, guidelines already developed, implemented. Cybersecurity, ISO 27000, ENISA, IEC 62304, for example. Yeah, this is some example. Interoperability, no using Satu Sehat, HCL7, FIRE, DICOM, Sonomet City, Loing, ICD, and ethics. From WHO itself, they already issued several years ago on the ethics and governance of AI for health. Please use this if someone want to develop the AI for health. And then data privacy, GDPR, and the dependent country, each country having. Indonesia, I don't know, you need to check. And then connectivity, IEEE standard, it's used everywhere, basically. So for Wi-Fi, for Ethernet, for Zigbee, for infrared, for blood pressure, and so on. A lot of connectivity is already integrated. This is basically the global data privacy law. If we see here, Indonesia is still limited. Yeah, very strong is in the North America, in the Europe, in the Australia, in China. But we need to improve in ourselves to increase the data privacy law. So now I think I come to the end of my presentations. As conclusion, number one, we see from my presentation, the technology maturity is already 61% advanced and leader. So the clinical acceptance already 68% accepted to support the clinician and 30% to be independent. 1 point something, not accept. Data security, this is the most highlight problem or issue that we need to solve. More and more hacker, 200% increasing in the last 3 years. Cost benefit, see for the treatment is very nice, 8 times compared to the investment. Ethical issue, guideline already established. No, we need to implement. Policy improve and improve. So no, you will get the answer of the question whether the smart healthcare is the future or not. Yes, as long as we strengthen R&D for clinical testing, algorithm improvement, and hardware optimization, educating more healthcare professionals to use it as tool to support their job, continuous R&D for data security and implement data security standard, improve benefit via efficiency and productivity of healthcare, implement guidelines for data protection, control limitation, and other ethical issues in the tools. And then also continuous improvement and implementation of policies to protect people's rights. So thank you very much. I open for any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Inggi Suprianto, for interesting presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our speaker. Now I'll open the Q&A session. Any questions from the floor before we check the questions from the online participants? Yes, please welcome Dr. Kahlil. Please state your name and affiliation before proceeding with your question.
Thank you very much. Very interesting topic, Prof. Eko. My name is Kahlil from Universitas Syah Kuala. I'm curious and really want to know about, based on your experience probably in another country, how do we actually educate medical professionals to get familiar with AI? Because AI is very wide, complex, but we have to get them familiar with interesting way, I think. How do you think about this? Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Okay, Prof. So there are several ways. Once, okay, from the AI community, yeah, we need to have the seminar more and more. Like, okay, this session is also very nice actually to attend, okay, this. Second, in the curriculum, yeah, actually I already talked with the University of Indonesia and some other universities to include, hopefully also in Syah Kuala, also to include the medical informatics and AI in the curriculum of medical doctors, because they need to aware, they need to use it in the end. They need to understand the accuracy, they need to understand the ethics. And then the next one is the postgraduate. I have several medical doctors as my graduate student, my master and PhD student, they are doing the AI. Yeah, okay, this is also to improve, yeah, not only awareness, but also knowledge, but also skill, okay, to develop the AI. Because for the future, the best developer for AI is not IT persons, it's medical doctors. So that's my answer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suprianto. Any other questions from the floor? Yes, please, welcome. Let me give to that lady, please. Please state your name and affiliation before proceeding with the question.
Okay, thank you. Introducing myself, my name is Junanda Nur Badrani. Currently, I am a master student in electro engineering. Okay, Prof, I will asking to you something. What is the current state of cardiovascular technology development, and how the innovation has the opportunity to be accepted by the institution or agency in clarification this innovation? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question. You may go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, thanks. Very nice question. So actually, yeah, I was the director for the cardiovascular center in Malaysia from 2013 to 2017. Actually, it's not anymore. Okay, this time. So yeah, the current situation in the cardiology, it depends in which. Okay, for the screening, for example, no AI is okay. A lot of develop to screen the early detection of the heart diseases. Okay, this is okay in the screening level. Yeah. Our team also having the software for that. And then in the current technology also we able to not to replace but to have the cardiologist to detect the arrhythmia automatically. Means the ECG you connect with the PC, and then PC will do some AI analysis on the type of the arrhythmia, and then we can found arrhythmia automatically without to have the cardiologist. And then but the result must be given to the cardiologist. And then for the imaging, a lot of developments on that. Okay, for example, the AI applications also for the measuring of the heart conditions and blood flow and so on. So I think this is in the imaging, for example. And then in the treatments, robotic technology for the surgery also happens. And I'm my team also developing the robots for the monitoring during the surgery, heart monitoring during surgery. We already also did the clinical testing in the National Heart Hospital in Jakarta, the Harapan Kita. So this is, and then for the treatment also we have artificial heart, mechanical artificial heart means very difficult to get the donor. I mean the transplant for the heart. That's why we have the technology to replace the heart using the mechanical polymer or also really metal heart. So this is the current. But the newest technology using stem cell or 3D printing, we can develop heart. So grow the heart and then become the heart and then implant to your heart. This is the latest also technologies. So in order to be accepted by them, means we need to collaborate very deep. Always in my teams, we always working together with the clinician, cardiologists, anesthesiologists, surgeon, and so on to enable this accepted by them. And then we need to listen what they need, and then we try to improve. And then in the end, also we need to get the certification from all the bodies that really want to certify. And then we need to talk to the Ministry of Health to get the license for the distribution. So hopefully answer your questions. Please.
Thank you, Doctor. I hope that answers your question. Okay, please allow me to take the questions from our online participants. Dr. Enggi Supriyanto, can you read the questions on your screen?
Not really, but I will check in chat.
Yes, please. I can read that to you.
Yeah, I can.
Can you read it?
No, I don't have it.
Okay, let me read the question to you. So according to you, is the implementation of smart healthcare already well implemented in Malaysia and in Indonesia, especially in some big cities? That's the first question. You want to answer that first, or should I proceed with the next question?
I will answer the first question. No, smart healthcare is not yet implemented well, both in Malaysia and Indonesia. Not yet.
Okay. So the next question is, in the case that the doctor depends their decisions more on AI-based decision software application, what do you think the impact in the long term for the patients?
Okay, to the patient or to the doctor? To the patient, actually, it's better. Because you see the AI able to increase the accuracy of the diagnosis. But to the doctors, sorry for that. Might be in the long term, 100 years, I don't know, 200 years, 300 years. Maybe we don't need to have the doctor to diagnose. Only but still need to have the doctor to be responsible as the means to give to the patient as a result from the AI. So I think this is the rule is different. I mean the medical doctor will transform to the different. They will not be cannot be like without doctor we cannot have it like that. But we still need to have only the AI will always support better and better for the diagnosis and treatment.
Thank you. Next question. In your opinion, how to convince and persuade doctors to include AI in their practice?
So actually we need to understand the need of the doctor. First, I have some student, which is doctor in some hospital actually. They mentioned to me, I have problem with the analysis of the print images. One day is 200. It's too much for me. Better AI to use it. So that's why first, as long as they're able to lower the load to the doctors, then they will agree. And then second, also to improve the accuracy. And then the next one, to give additional money to them is also one of the important things. As long as if we implement AI, we got more patient, we have the less job. I think everyone want to have like that. Less job, more money. Actually, this is the answer.
Sure, thank you. Before I proceed with the last question from the online participant, are there any more questions from the offline participants? Yes, please go ahead. State your name and affiliation, please.
My name is Anta Maulana. I am from electrical engineering. I want to ask a question. First, we know when we're using AI in hospital, it uses more technology. And about the cost, is the cost increase when we use AI in hospital? This is my question. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead, Dr. Enggis Supriyanto.
Yes, the cost increase, but the benefit much more higher. As we already mentioned in my presentations, for the treatment, for example, you invest $8, you get almost $80 saving basically. So it means time will be reduced, and also the human capital will be reduced, and another things also will be reduced, electricity will be reduced, and so on. Means it's very good business. For the diagnosis, no, it's 3 times, but there are also some that is just 1 time, 2 times. It depends on which applications. So it's really the cost is increased, but the benefit also increase.
That's very good. I hope that can motivate us to not to be hesitant to adopt AI in the smart healthcare. Okay, can we see the last question from the online participant? I'll need to read that for Dr. Supriyanto. The last one will be, what is the benefit of AI to the patient? Does the patient can select AI treatment or human treatment in the future? That's the last question, Doctor.
Okay, the answer will be you need to choose. You want to get the diagnosis with the low accuracy or the high accuracy. This is basically the answer. If you want to have the higher accuracy, then it's an option to use the AI. As long as you choose the higher accuracy AI compared to human. So I think, this is the answer. But if the AI is low accuracy, please not choose, this. You need to choose the human. Because better for human, for us, is, the better treatment and, cheaper treatment. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll ask my own questions to you, Doctor, with regards to your presentation. So among all of the challenges that you presented in your talk, ranging from technology maturity, acceptance of the stakeholders, data security to political. So in your opinion, what are the most difficult one to overcome in the implementation of smart healthcare here in your home country, Indonesia? And I think it will also be helpful if you could give some comparisons with the challenges faced by our neighboring countries like Malaysia and developed countries like Germany, countries which are, I'm sure, close to your hearts. And also, I would like to ask, which countries do you think are making the greatest advancements in the smart healthcare area, and what have they been doing to achieve that? Thank you, Doctor.
Yes. So the most advanced countries, if I can see from the previous panel, is the North America, basically. So, and also include, for example, Israel, one of the most advanced technology. So this is for the most advanced technologies, and then the strategy for them, basically they already did AI research since a long time ago. Because the AI is depend on the data, right? So so the data means if you apply in the US, might not really applicable in Indonesia, because we need to have the data set, which is a lot. And no, the problem with Indonesia is the data set is not really we have as good. That's why One Health, Satu Sehat is the government approach to get the data from the patients, and then at the end we can use it for the research, and then we can use it also at the end to improve the AI accuracy, and then use also for the donation. It means also good for our the next generations. So and then about the obstacle in Indonesia, one is the technology maturity. Because I think the research still not really high. The number and also the time, the durations. It means we need to do more research on that. Because as mentioned, the AI with the data US data set maybe not really 100% applicable to Indonesia. There will be some error. So we need to train to Indonesian data. This is first. And then after we have this, then the next one is the basically. It's more to the investment, but the investment is really depend on the acceptance of the doctors. So if more doctors accept, mean the investment, the price will be low. So I think this is the next one. We need to consider the data security. Must be also consider as a basic. Because if we need to ensure the basic, the data security must be in place first, and then the last need to be considered later. So I think answer your question, Doctor.
Yes, thank you so very much, Dr. Enggi Suprianto. So I'm so glad that you emphasize on the importance of AI research if we want to be successful in the implementation of smart healthcare in Indonesia. And I think Universitas Syah Kuala and any other universities in Indonesia can play their significant role in that advancement of the area of smart healthcare. Any other questions, ladies and gentlemen, from the floor? Here. No more questions. What about from our online participant? Any other questions? No more questions. And from you, Dr. Enggi Suprianto, is there anything left out in your previous explanation that you would like to address before I close this session?
I mean, as engineer, I think we need to really understand the issue that I already mentioned. But for us, important. As engineer, we need to do more research in the AI, because I think that the market is very huge. The CRGR is very high. It's very good for the business, and then industry also more and more. It means also give the benefit. It's not only for the researcher but also for the student. So it's good moving from now.
Thank you, Dr. Suprianto. So I hope that this talk can motivate all these bright, young, future potential engineers to, dig deeper into the AI field and maybe put your best contribution in this field for the advancement of the field and as well as Indonesia in general. Okay, we've reached the end of the session. And once again, thank you very much, Dr. Enggi Suprianto, for addressing this interesting topic on smart healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause, another big round of applause for our speaker. And thank you very much for your active participation in this session, and I hope that you will enjoy the rest of the conference programs. So after lunch, up next is lunch break for 1 hour. We'll be back at 1:30 p.m. for various paper presentation in parallel sessions. So after lunch, please proceed to the different rooms where the parallel session will be held. And for our online participant, please join the parallel sessions through the Zoom link that you currently use to access this conference remotely. Thank you very much, and we'll see you later. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, cuma.
Sebuah cerita tentang suku yang tinggal di pegunungan dan dibesarkan oleh air danau yang berkilauan. Hidup rukun bersama alam dan melahirkan budaya yang beraneka ragam. Dari Curug Mendali semuanya bermula. Sebagai bukti bahwa sejarah tempat ini telah begitu tua. Danau Lutawar yang kaya menjadi salah satu tumpuan hidup penduduknya. Dan keindahan motif kerawang yang penuh warna merupakan sebuah warisan yang terus dipelihara. Ekspresi seni yang lahir dari tradisi juga tampak dalam keindahan musik dan tari.
Sering kepayung, maaf pulau bumi, siku jejak seluas tapak.
Mulai dari gerakan dan kisah guel yang penuh misteri. Hingga uniknya tepukan tangan pemain didong yang penuh energi.
Taring woi taring mi ihi kota kengan taring 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 woi taring mi ihi kota kengan taring 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 woi taring mi ihi kota kengan taring.
Kekebaran adalah cara orang tua untuk mengenalkan norma dan budaya pada generasi muda. Dari lomba pacuan kuda yang terus dinanti, kaum lelaki dididik agar menjadi kuat dan pemberani. Datanglah kemari dan kenali budaya yang hidup di tengah masyarakat kami.
Ini budaya gayo singharai kita, tenaring di buyang datu. Oh, bayaku henti kasih pankin ada ciara. Oh ya pusaka si turah kita jaga. Waina
Dengan secangkir kopi Arabica, dengarkanlah sebuah cerita tentang suku yang tinggal di pegunungan dan dibesarkan oleh air danau yang berkilauan. Hidup rukun bersama alam dan melahirkan budaya yang beraneka ragam. Curug Mendali semuanya bermula sebagai bukti bahwa sejarah tempat ini telah begitu tua. Danau Lutawar yang kaya menjadi salah satu tumpuan hidup penduduknya. Dan keindahan motif kerawang yang penuh warna merupakan sebuah warisan yang terus dipelihara. Ekspresi seni yang lahir dari tradisi juga tampak dalam keindahan musik dan tari.
Recording stopped.
Siku jojong sering kepayong, maaf pulau bumi siku jejak seluas tapak.
Mulai dari gerakan dan kisah guel yang penuh misteri, hingga uniknya tepukan tangan pemain didong yang penuh energi.
Taring, taring, woi taring mi, ihi kota kingan taring. Taring, taring, woi taring mi, ihi kota kingan taring. Taring, taring, woi taring mi, ihi kota kingan
Kekebaran adalah cara orang tua untuk mengenalkan norma dan budaya pada generasi muda. Dari lomba pacuan kuda yang terus dinanti, kaum lelaki dididik agar menjadi kuat dan pemberani. Datanglah kemari dan kenali budaya yang hidup di tengah masyarakat kami.
Ini budaya gayo singharai kita, tenaring di buyang datu. Oh, bayaku henti kasih kena ada ciara, oh ya pusaka si turah kita jaga. Waina
Dengan secangkir kopi Arabica, dengarkanlah sebuah cerita tentang suku yang tinggal di pegunungan dan dibesarkan oleh air danau yang berkilauan. Hidup rukun bersama alam dan melahirkan budaya yang beraneka ragam. Dari Curug Mendali semuanya bermula. Sebagai bukti bahwa sejarah tempat ini telah begitu tua. Danau Lutawar yang kaya menjadi salah satu tumpuan hidup penduduknya. Dan keindahan motif kerawang yang penuh warna merupakan sebuah warisan yang terus dipelihara. Ekspresi seni yang lahir dari tradisi juga tampak dalam keindahan musik dan tari.
Sering kelpayong, maaf pulau bumi, siku jejak seluas tapak.
Mulai dari gerakan dan kisah guel yang penuh misteri. Hingga uniknya tepukan tangan pemain didong yang penuh energi.
Taring, taring, woi taring mi, ihi kota kingan taring, 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 woi taring mi, ihi kota kingan taring.
Kekebaran adalah cara orang tua untuk mengenalkan norma dan budaya pada generasi muda. Dari lomba pacuan kuda yang terus dinanti, kaum lelaki dididik agar menjadi kuat dan pemberani. Datanglah kemari dan kenali budaya yang hidup di tengah masyarakat kami.
Ini budaya gayo singarai kita, tenaring ibu yang datu. Oh, bayaku henti kasih kena dat siara, hoya pusaka si turah kita jaga. Waina
Dengan secangkir kopi Arabica, dengarkanlah sebuah cerita tentang suku yang tinggal di pegunungan dan dibesarkan oleh air danau yang berkilauan. Hidup rukun bersama alam dan melahirkan budaya yang beraneka ragam. Dari Curug Mendali semuanya bermula. Sebagai bukti bahwa sejarah tempat ini telah begitu tua. Danau Lutawar yang kaya menjadi salah satu tumpuan hidup penduduknya. Dan keindahan motif kerawang yang penuh warna merupakan sebuah warisan yang terus dipelihara. Ekspresi seni yang lahir dari tradisi juga tampak dalam keindahan musik dan tari.
Sering kepayong, maaf pulau bumi, siku jejak seluas tapak.
Mulai dari gerakan dan kisah guel yang penuh misteri. Hingga uniknya tepukan tangan pemain didong yang penuh energi.
Taring, taring, woi taring mi, ihi kota kingan taring, 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 woi taring mi, ihi kota kingan taring.
Kekebaran adalah cara orang tua untuk mengenalkan norma dan budaya pada generasi muda. Dari lomba pacuan kuda yang terus dinanti, kaum lelaki dididik agar menjadi kuat dan pemberani. Datanglah kemari dan kenali budaya yang hidup di tengah masyarakat kami.
Ini budaya gayo singarai kita, tenaring di buyang datu. Oh, bayaku henti kasih kena dat siaran, hoya pusaka si turah kita jaga. Waina
Dengan secangkir kopi Arabica, dengarkanlah sebuah cerita tentang suku yang tinggal di pegunungan dan dibesarkan oleh air danau yang berkilauan. Hidup rukun bersama alam dan melahirkan budaya yang beraneka ragam. Dari Curug Mendali semuanya bermula. Sebagai bukti bahwa sejarah tempat ini telah begitu tua. Danau Lutawar yang kaya menjadi salah satu tumpuan hidup penduduknya. Dan keindahan motif kerawang yang penuh warna merupakan sebuah warisan yang terus dipelihara. Ekspresi seni yang lahir dari tradisi juga tampak dalam keindahan musik dan tari.
Jejak seluas tapak.
Mulai dari gerakan dan kisah guel yang penuh misteri. Uniknya tepukan tangan pemain didong yang penuh energi.
Taring, taring, woi taring mi, ihi kota kengan taring. Taring, taring, woi taring mi, ihi kota kengan taring.
Kekebaran adalah cara orang tua untuk mengenalkan norma dan budaya pada generasi muda. Dari lomba pacuan kuda yang terus dinanti, kaum lelaki dididik agar menjadi kuat dan pemberani. Datanglah kemari dan kenali budaya yang hidup di tengah masyarakat kami.
Ini budaya gayo singharai kita, tenaring ibu yang datu. Oh, bayaku henti kasih pankin ada ciara, oh ya pusaka si turah kita jaga. Waina
Dengan secangkir kopi Arabica, dengarkanlah sebuah cerita tentang suku yang tinggal di pegunungan dan dibesarkan oleh air danau yang berkilauan. Hidup rukun bersama alam dan melahirkan budaya yang beraneka ragam. Dari Curug Mendali semuanya bermula. Sebagai bukti bahwa sejarah tempat ini telah begitu tua. Danau Lutawar yang kaya menjadi salah satu tumpuan hidup penduduknya. Dan keindahan motif kerawang yang penuh warna merupakan sebuah warisan yang terus dipelihara. Ekspresi seni yang lahir dari tradisi juga tampak dalam keindahan musik dan tari.
Siku jojong sering kelpayong, maaf pulau bumi siku jejak seluas tapak.
Mulai dari gerakan dan kisah guel yang penuh misteri, hingga uniknya tepukan tangan pemain didong yang penuh energi.
Taring woi taring mi ihi kota kengan taring woi taring mi ihi kota kengan taring.
Kekebaran adalah cara orang tua untuk mengenalkan norma dan budaya pada generasi muda. Dari lomba pacuan kuda yang terus dinanti, kaum lelaki dididik agar menjadi kuat dan pemberani. Datanglah kemari dan kenali budaya yang hidup di tengah masyarakat kami.
Ini budaya gayo singharai kita, tenaring di buyang datu. Oh bayaku, henti kasih kena dat siara, hoya pusaka si turah kita jaga. Waina
Dengan secangkir kopi Arabica, dengarkanlah sebuah cerita tentang suku yang tinggal di pegunungan dan dibesarkan oleh air danau yang berkilauan. Hidup rukun bersama alam dan melahirkan budaya yang beraneka ragam. Dari Curug Mendali semuanya bermula, sebagai bukti bahwa sejarah tempat ini telah begitu tua. Danau Lutawar yang kaya menjadi salah satu tumpuan hidup penduduknya. Dan keindahan motif kerawang yang penuh warna merupakan sebuah warisan yang terus dipelihara. Ekspresi seni yang lahir dari tradisi juga tampak dalam keindahan musik dan tari.
Jejak seluas tapak.
Mulai dari gerakan dan kisah guel yang penuh misteri, hingga uniknya tepukan tangan pemain didong yang penuh energi.
Taring, taring, woi taring mi, ihi kota kingan taring. Taring, taring, woi taring mi, ihi kota kingan taring. Kekebaran adalah cara orang tua untuk mengenalkan norma dan budaya pada generasi muda. Dari lomba pacuan kuda yang terus dinanti, kaum lelaki dididik agar menjadi kuat dan pemberani. Datanglah kemari dan kenali budaya yang hidup di tengah masyarakat kami. Ini budaya gayo singharai kita, tenaring ibu yang datu. Oh, bayaku henti kasih pankin ada ciara, oh ya pusaka si turah kita jaga. Waina
Dengan secangkir kopi Arabica, dengarkanlah sebuah cerita tentang suku yang tinggal di pegunungan dan dibesarkan oleh air danau yang berkilauan. Hidup rukun bersama alam dan melahirkan budaya yang beraneka ragam. Curug Mendali semuanya bermula. Sebagai bukti bahwa sejarah tempat ini telah begitu tua. Danau Lutawar yang kaya menjadi salah satu tumpuan hidup penduduknya. Dan keindahan motif kerawang yang penuh warna merupakan sebuah warisan yang terus dipelihara. Ekspresi seni yang lahir dari tradisi juga tampak dalam keindahan musik dan tari.
Jejak seluas tapak.
Mulai dari gerakan dan kisah guel yang penuh misteri. Tepukan tangan pemain didong yang penuh energi.
Taring, taring, woi taring mi, ihi kota kengan taring. Taring, taring, woi taring mi, ihi kota kengan taring.
Kekebaran adalah cara orang tua untuk mengenalkan norma dan budaya pada generasi muda. Dari lomba pacuan kuda yang terus dinanti, kaum lelaki dididik agar menjadi kuat dan pemberani. Datanglah kemari dan kenali budaya yang hidup di tengah masyarakat kami.
Ini budaya gayo singharai kita, tenaring di buyang datu. Oh, bayaku henti kasih kena dat siara, hoya pusaka si turah kita jaga. Waina
Dengan secangkir kopi Arabica, dengarkanlah sebuah cerita tentang suku yang tinggal di pegunungan dan dibesarkan oleh air danau yang berkilauan. Hidup rukun bersama alam dan melahirkan budaya yang beraneka ragam. Curug Mendali semuanya bermula sebagai bukti bahwa sejarah tempat ini telah begitu tua. Danau Lutawar yang kaya menjadi salah satu tumpuan hidup penduduknya. Dan keindahan motif kerawang yang penuh warna merupakan sebuah warisan yang terus dipelihara. Ekspresi seni yang lahir dari tradisi juga tampak dalam keindahan musik dan tari.
Jejak seluas tapak.
Mulai dari gerakan dan kisah guel yang penuh misteri, hingga uniknya tepukan tangan pemain didong yang penuh energi.
Taring, taring, woi taring mi, ihi kota kingan taring. Taring, taring, woi taring mi, ihi kota kingan taring.
Kekebaran adalah cara orang tua untuk mengenalkan norma dan budaya pada generasi muda. Dari lomba pacuan kuda yang terus dinanti, kaum lelaki dididik agar menjadi kuat dan pemberani. Datanglah kemari dan kenali budaya yang hidup di tengah masyarakat kami.
Ini budaya gayo singarai kita, tenaring di buyang datu. Oh bayaku, henti kasih pankin ada ciara. Oh ya pusaka si turah kita jaga. Waina
Dengan secangkir kopi Arabica, dengarkanlah sebuah cerita tentang suku yang tinggal di pegunungan dan dibesarkan oleh air danau yang berkilauan. You've heard this story. feel home, that makes you feel welcome. A place where natural beauty and cultural diversity combined beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who are curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release. Or you can escape from the mainland and take a short trip to the beauty of its islands. It's not just about the nature, but also the diversity of its culture. Feel the energy from the beat of rapai and through traditional dance, play in harmony. The people are friendly, so you can always find their hospitality. And don't worry about your journey, because its tourism industry is ready. The uniqueness of its culinary comes from a centuries-old recipe, and its coffee is something extraordinary. If you've never heard it before, you may want to know more. Every square inch of this place, from the beauty of its land to the depth of its seas, what an amazing biodiversity. You've heard this story. Let your dreams become a reality, and that reality becomes part of your story. The Lie of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia. You've heard this story. About a place that makes you feel home, that makes you feel welcome. A place where natural beauty and cultural diversity combine beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who are curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release. Or you can escape from the mainland and take a short trip to the beauty of its islands. Its It's not just about the nature, but also the diversity of its culture. Feel the energy from the beat of Rapai and through traditional dance, play in harmony. The people are friendly, so you can always find their hospitality. And don't worry about your journey, because its tourism industry is ready. The uniqueness of its culinary comes from a centuries-old recipe, and its coffee is something extraordinary. If you've never heard it before, you may want to know more. Every square inch of this place, from the beauty of its land to the depth of its seas, what an amazing biodiversity. You've heard this story. Let your dreams become a reality, and that reality becomes part of your story. The Light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia. You've heard this story. About a place that makes you feel home, that makes you feel welcome. A place where natural beauty and cultural diversity combine beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who are curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release. Or you can escape from the mainland and take a short trip to the beauty of its islands. It's not just about the nature, but also the diversity of its culture. Feel the energy from the beat of Rapai and through traditional dance, play in harmony. The people are friendly, so you can always find their hospitality. And don't worry about your journey, because its tourism industry is ready. The uniqueness of its culinary comes from a centuries-old recipe, and its coffee is something extraordinary. If you've never heard it before, you may want to know more. Every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depth of its seas. What an amazing biodiversity. You've heard this story. Let your dreams become a reality, and that reality becomes part of your story. The Lie of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia. You've heard this story. About a place that makes you feel home, that makes you feel welcome. A place where natural beauty and cultural diversity combined beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who are curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release. Or you can escape from the mainland and take a short trip to the beauty of its islands. It's not just about the nature, but also the diversity of its culture. Feel the energy from the beat of Rapai and through traditional dance, play in harmony. The people are friendly, so you can always find their hospitality. And don't worry about your journey, because its tourism industry is ready. The uniqueness of its culinary comes from a centuries-old recipe, and its coffee is something extraordinary. If you've never heard it before, you may want to know more. Every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depth of its seas. What an amazing biodiversity. You've heard this story. Let your dreams become a reality, and that reality becomes part of your story. The Lie of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia. You've heard this story. About a place that makes you feel home, that makes you feel welcome. A place where natural beauty and cultural diversity combined beautifully. Its challenging nature is a place for travelers who curious for more adventure. From hidden caves to the lush of tropical forest, its nature continues to impress. And from the sound of the waves to the sea breeze, let your imagination release.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to IC Cosite 2023. To all online participants, please directly join to breakout room as assigned in parallel session schedule. And for the offline participant, kindly move straight to the room as in the schedule. Thank you.
Animasi kecepatan rendah. Animasi kecepatan rendah. Animasi kecepatan rendah. Bikinnya bagus.